Yeah, she'll be down in a second.
All right, the time being 10:05, I'm going to open the work session on HB 1800 and invite Representative Spilsbury to come and frame that bill again for us.
Thank you very much, Chairman Janigian. Greetings, committee. I want to thank you for a very productive hearing on this bill. I enjoyed it and appreciated the engagement and the quality of the questions. So obviously, this is a work session really for you to discuss, to help frame the bill and what I hope that you'll be able to do with it this year. I'm going to ask that you interim study it. I know you have an executive session today. I would suggest that you also interim study Dick Ames' bill, Representative Ames' bill, HB 1787, and give them, your due consideration as you can in the fall. Neither, in my opinion, is ready to be passed. Both of them are worthy and deserving and shouldn't be ITL'd. So interim study is I hope, your decision. I think that what you can do today is start to dig in on the side of what these concepts are trying to do. And what you can defer to the fall, I think, is to take that discussion further and then start to model and test for the values, the variables that are in the bill. So to be a little bit more specific about what I mean, there are essentially 5 concepts. The first is that the SWEP tax, if it's going to be retained in law at all, should be reverted to the status prior to 2011 and made a true statewide tax that generates a pool of funds that the state can redistribute according to its adequacy and education funding formulas. And to be frank, if the committee, if the House, if the legislature are not willing to do that, then the SWEP tax should be repealed. And, maybe I'll put in a bill next year to just repeal it. And the point there is that as the SWEP stands in the statutes today, if it was repealed, it would make utterly no difference whatsoever. The second concept is to dramatically increase the SWEP. It's been stuck at $363 million for at least 15 years. And to be useful, my opinion is that it should be 4 to 5 times as great, and that it would be better set as a rate than as a dollar figure. So that's the second concept, is you're turning it back into a statewide pool, but you're making it substantially larger. Third is the idea of the credits. There are 3 of them. Each one of those deserves discussion in its own right, and I think in the same context, when you're discussing those, think about other kinds of options like the proposal in Representative Ames' bill to increase the low and moderate income credit, or the concept in Representative Luno's bill of a homestead exemption. Like mine, but these are interchangeable ideas that achieve somewhat similar results. The fourth concept is perhaps best ultimately left in the province of the Education Funding Committee, but you should be dialing it into your discussion, and that is, what is it we're trying to do with the funds we've raised? And so we have a very complex base adequacy, differentiated aid for 3 components, targeted aid for extraordinary needs, and fiscal capacity disparity aid. What this bill aims to do is reduce that pot in the adequacy formula to a base adequacy and a poverty allowance based on free and reduced lunch. Therefore, there are some things that the bill leaves out that are in current law. It leaves out the differentiated allowance for special education. And you will see on the floor tomorrow HB 1563, which is the Education Funding Committee's unanimous OTP recommendation to increase the amount that the state is supporting on the side of catastrophic aid and bring down that threshold in participation by the state. So we're already taking steps to pick up slack in the special ed area. It's just a first step, but that's the direction. And also, the small allowance for English as a second language is removed in my bill. And finally, extraordinary needs, which was the Senate's innovation in 2023 for targeted aid that took the total taxable value of a community, divided it by the free and reduced. And it's out of here because I'm trying to move those funds more fully into fiscal capacity disparity aid, which is really a calculation of a community's ability to raise funds from tax. The total value divided by the total number of students. So 5 concepts: make it truly a statewide tax, increase the amount that's being raised, create some credits for those who are particularly hard hit, and adjust the adequacy formula. And then finally, 5th, introduce a COLA so that the figures for adequacy don't have to be re-established every 2 years. So if you can get launched on that today, if I can help in any way, I will, then I think that come fall, that's a good time for you to draw on the talents of Mark Manganello at the Department of Education, Bruce Knurr at the Department of Revenue Administration, and Nikki Landrigan in the LBA, and they can help to really tease these values out and maybe show you some other options. So, thank you very much.
Can you repeat those names again slowly so we can? Those
Sure.
names to get down.
Mark Manganello at Department of Education. Bruce Knurr, Kneur, I believe, at Department of Revenue Administration. He's been a frequent flyer here in front of this committee in the past. And Mickey Landrigan, I think, is the best positioned. He works carefully with House Finance Division 2.
Questions for Representative Spilsbury? Yes, Representative Southworth.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you very much for this proposal. I've been studying this for many, many years, having been a long-term educator. Well, you know that from our committee meetings. I think it is an interesting proposal, and I think it will bring up some good questions when we're discussing it. I may have missed it, but now that EFAs are universal, is that partly built in to all of this? Because whatever formula they do with the base, for example, will affect the EFAs.
I think it's a great question. It hasn't been my intention to deal in any direct way with EFAs, but I think as an incidental matter, if it continues to be the case that base adequacy is what defines the amount available to an EFA student, then it would obviously increase the allowance for EFA students. But, you know, I think that's worthy of its own discussion.
Thank you.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, nice to see you here again. I have a couple of issues. Firstly, I admire the amount of work that went into this. It was, I can't imagine how long it took you.
And I haven't even brought you the spreadsheets. That can be for the fall.
Oh, boy.
I'll help shower you then.
I'm just curious as to, given that you're suggesting taking a look at your bill, Representative Ames' bill, and Representative Luno's bill, was there any effort among the three of you to try to somehow put them together into something that was maybe a little bit more formed than this one?
So, great question. No, there hasn't been any specific effort between the three of us. Obviously, I've had conversations with both of them, and I like what they're trying to do. My proposal was to come up with something that was simple in its execution, that essentially $5 foundational contribution in the context of the SWEP becomes 4 if you qualify for the first credit. It becomes 3.5, it becomes 3. And, you know, again, I think that there's a lot of judgment that goes into whether you want a credit and how you want to fashion it. There's a lot of ripple effects too in terms of how that shifts burden elsewhere. And if you give a credit to primary homeowners, obviously you're relatively shifting burden towards investment properties, second homes, commercial properties, and things like that. So somebody's got to think through and weigh the pros and cons. I think that the more parallel of the other two proposals that you just mentioned is Representative Luno's idea of a homestead exemption. But the mechanics of each of these is different. And again, in the case of my bill, I've identified 3 different target groups who I think deserve a break. Each one of those deserves, you know, its own discussion. Primary homeowners, those over 65, senior citizens have probably spent 45 years paying into this. And those who don't have children currently in the system have less at stake. So each one, you know, I would just take those other proposals and think about them as 5 ideas.
I'm also wondering, SWEPT is still a property tax, and it would remain so under this. The distribution of where and how it comes to be is different, but it's still a property tax. I'm wondering whether you looked at any other sources of revenue rather than still putting the burden on property taxes.
The purpose of 1800 is to focus on how to make the property tax function across the state in a better way. So it wasn't my ambition in fashioning this bill to evaluate other revenue sources. You may remember I had a bill, HB 491, that was proposing to create a joint Senate-House study committee, would have brought in finance, ways and means, and education. That's the kind of vehicle, I think, where we may end up having to weigh against other options. But my purpose, Representative Elbert, is that I want to take the world as it is and say, given reality, given constraints, how do we make, if the property tax is what we're going to really draw on for the foreseeable future, how do we make it function?
Thank you.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll join Representative Southworth. I think I said this before, but I think you deserve a tremendous amount of credit for, I mean, I agree with all of the aspects, but I think, you know, the effort is laudable. I have a couple questions about the credits, though. And I will confess, I may be confusing your bill with Representative Zame's bill with, but there was a concern from DRA about how the credit would apply and whether with one of the bills, as I recall. And I'm wondering if you've had an opportunity to talk back with DRA about how that might work. I had a couple of conversations with them about, okay, suppose you did it this way, trying to get, Representative Ulrey may remember the term they used, but it was basically a do move.
Exemption.
Yeah, yeah.
So I haven't had a chance to take that conversation further since your hearing. These are issues that I was aware of in the drafting process. As I mentioned, I think I got this bill out of OLS on the very last day with maybe a 12-hour turnaround. So those issues, the mechanics of how you apply a credit or an exemption need to be fleshed out. How do you do that in a fashion where it withstands an allegation that it results in disparate rates across the state? Those kinds of things, I think, are still on the table.
Follow. And then let me get to one specific area that you mentioned that gives me, frankly, pause, and that's giving a credit to people who do not have children in the school system, which suggests that they have less of a stake or perhaps even no stake. And I've certainly heard in my district people who don't have children in the school district who say, why am I paying for this? And I think the answer is you're paying for it because there is both a civic obligation. I think the people who wrote the New Hampshire Constitution understood that there was a value simply beyond the importance of having an educated citizenry who understood how democracy works and could make good judgments. But also, I think there's an economic impact of having both an educated workforce who can contribute to the economy. And I'm just afraid that we're reinforcing, I think, potentially reinforcing the idea that the only value of public schools or education generally is for your own children. And once your children are out, you're done. You shouldn't care about public schools anymore.
So I understand your concern. I happen to agree with you. I think the implication that you can get a 10% reduction, 10% reduction on your first $5 of property tax, but you're still responsible for the remaining 90% of SWEPT and 100% of the local ed. I don't think it cuts against your, I think you can believe exactly what you've just said, with which I agree, and still believe that this is a reasonable break. And if I could, I don't think the chairman's intention nor mine was to make this a second hearing. So I want to help facilitate if I can, but this should really be a discussion amongst the committee members. Doesn't mean I won't
Yes.
take a question. I just don't
Yes.
want to.
Yes, he is. Representative Elberger?
I'm going to sort of contradict a little bit of this. One of the things that I think is important to let people know is your own property taxes do not cover the cost of your child's education. So while your children were in school, everybody else who didn't have children was helping to support your children receiving an education. Otherwise, what we're doing, in effect, is saying that we're self-funding our own children's education, and it happens to be in a public building, but we all support each other's children. And the other, I've said it a bunch of times, we do not have children staying in the districts where they were educated. They don't live in the places where they received their education. And if we say that we are only responsible for our own children, whether it means our own family children or our own community children, our children may not be around, and the people who become part of our community later on, who are our mechanics, our doctors, our IT people, probably were educated somewhere else, and we want them to be good at what they do. So it behooves us to support all children. I have one daughter. She is 37, and she doesn't live in New Hampshire, but she's supplying the gifts that she got from education somewhere else. And the people who were educated somewhere else and came to New Hampshire are providing the gifts of their education here.
Well, I certainly agree with all of that, but I think it's not mutually inconsistent with the bill that's giving merely a 10% cut on a $5 portion.
I'm not sure maybe there are. I'm not sure there's that many people out there that think I don't have kids. I have heard that though. But I certainly don't support that either, because we all do have a duty to support that. Representative Almy?
Yeah, I was going to say something about that. Being a child of a doctor, I think of all of the people that two doctors, all of the people that get a decent or a bad situation in the hospitals because the people were or were not well trained, as well. But I did want to say something about taking away the foreign language. Would you, and ask you about it. The foreign language has bothered me for a long time because Lebanon has the second highest number of foreign language, or did, kids in school because we have Dartmouth College. And we have a lot, we had before last year, a lot of foreign students living in Lebanon with their children. And their children were going to school, and they came from Spanish-speaking or French-speaking or Russian-speaking or whatever countries. And it is a little harder for them, but it's not very hard for them compared with the ones in Manchester. Back when we were first discussing this, we had the lost children of, I think it was Sudan, wasn't it? Who had never had any kind of education, had never learned to read or write, and half of them landed in Manchester and had to be educated, and we'd just done Leave No Child Left Behind. And they were supposed to, in 2 years, become native English speakers and writers. So that, I think, I was wondering whether you regarded language ability as part of special ed, that it would be covered by, if you do have trouble learning languages, it is a special ed problem.
That's an interesting question I've never even contemplated before, but I think the answer is no. I think it would be a mistake to conflate the hurdles of learning a language with the hurdles of one or another learning disability. I think over-identification in special ed is an issue. Let's not push more in that direction. If the legislature ended up feeling that an allowance in the adequacy formula for English as a second language should remain in the law, that wouldn't bother me at all. It would be a small amount. The real question is, what is it about that that presents an extra cost to the district, right? Because the base adequacy is per student. If it costs the same amount to have a teacher in a classroom to teach somebody to learn English as a second language, then it wouldn't deserve an allowance. If you concluded that it does present an extra cost, then it's a legitimate allowance. So I'm completely open-minded on that.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say, in the spirit of the work session, I thank Representative Spilsbury for coming here, but I am persuaded at this point, we know that there's a challenge. We know that there are things that are not working, I think, as we think they should. I think the idea of interim study for this bill and for 1787, I don't mean to cut to the chase on the executive session. I know we can't do that before 11 o'clock, but, and I like Representative Spilsbury's idea of taking Representative Luno's bill on homestead exemption as part of this. And, you know, for one, when we get to the executive session, I would be supporting interim study on all three of those bills.
Okay,
That-
we don't have, wait a minute, Representative Luno's bill is not
Yeah.
in this committee.
That's what, no, we have a bill of Representative Luno's
Did we
that
already?
was the subject of our subcommittee. And our subcommittee came up with its own study committee that would start in January to look at all of the property tax exemptions, local, state, and, I can't, and elderly and, no, that's the local part. I can't remember the third at the moment. And I wanted to distribute it today, but the people that were on the subcommittee with me, none of them, there's only one of them, I think, that's here right now, have gotten back to me to say whether they liked the write-up that I did of the committee. But it does present a problem if that didn't somehow fold in with what's being done with the study committees for 1800 and 1787. And it was Luno's bill.
Which, what bill was that? What is the number, do we know?
Look it up, good.
And that bill was not in our committee.
That
correct?
was, that was one of the two that went to study committee, but we finished our work in one day. And so it should be coming to you shortly.
Okay,
Oh,
16
16, yeah, that's it, 1648, right.
oh, okay, yeah.
But there was a thought that we would meet again to write or that the committee could write a draft during the fall for a study committee that would begin in January and go for 1 year, a little bit less than 1 year.
Okay, yeah, so the 1648 is where there was a $300,000 exemption.
Right,
And so
But
the other part of the
the-
bill was to fund,
was
okay,
to not just fund it, but how, what are you studying about these exemptions? And the 300 was considered by Luno as just a marker
mhm.
at that point. I think that Representative O'Leary suggested maybe 100, it may have been somebody else when we were discussing it originally, but 100 probably isn't enough. 300 maybe is too much.
Well, we
Well,
also
I know
talked.
Representative Tierney had an issue whereby he said that if we stuck with the 300, then virtually hardly anyone in his district would be paying.
Mm.
the
He
property
also,
tax.
Yeah.
forgive me, Mr. Chairman. He also, in our subcommittee, talked about the concept of applying an income measure to the exemption so that not everyone would qualify for 300, but that there would be an income qualification so that, much like the senior exemption that has an income qualifier. It just seemed to me, and, I think the subcommittee did some really good work, even though, or maybe because I had to leave for a portion of that subcommittee meeting to testify on another bill. But when Representative Spilsbury made his point this morning, it seemed to me it made perfect sense to these three bills should fit together. That, whether it's credits or exemptions or, that it just made sense to look at it as a package altogether, that all of those issues fit together. So I think,
Does that mean the recommendation is going to be IS or you haven't?
On, the recommendation would be IS, yes. But with the IS, geared towards spending part of the fall writing something that would work for the all the property tax exemptions. And the income area, I think we all four of us agreed that the income criterion would be very useful, probably very important, but that we needed to study how we could get a easy method of determining income levels so that the DRA didn't have to every single year, for instance, go back and look at these things. It could be done by the communities.
Well, you say easy way. I mean, right now, they don't have any data at all.
Right, right.
So, yeah,
Well,
they would,
I think it would end up being an approximation by the people from the community, the select boards. But
So I was asked before, had I coordinated with Representative Luno and Ames? No, but sitting on Ways and Means in the last two terms, Representative Ames' bill was before us. And I think one of the things that's always made me skeptical about taking that low and moderate income and then increasing the amounts is that I have a fundamental aversion, I'm just speaking personally, to the idea of means testing everything. I mean, I think that there are questions of your status, your participation in the education system, and your stake that are worth discussing. But if given a choice, the mechanics of administering a means tested threshold are challenging, resource heavy. The intrusiveness into individuals' lives to get the data and assess it, the burden on the individuals to declare it, is just a much more problematic basis for a exemption than other status-related things that are easily confirmed. I would ask you to just be cautious before you go there. And I have an executive session in education funding, so I'm going to bow out, leave this in your good hands. And I certainly would look forward to being as involved as you'd like me to be, because this unfortunately didn't go to education funding first, but hey, let's just make it work in the order in which it's proceeding. If I can have your evaluation in the fall, assuming that I'm here next term, I assure you that I will incorporate what I learned from you into refashioning a bill for next year.
thank you, Representative Spilsbury. We
Thank you
appreciate
very
it.
much.
yeah, I'd like
Yes.
to talk to the income measure. It is true that the select boards and the city councils and such decide on income criteria for elderly and disabled and veterans. And so there is some rough way in which this is already being done for those groups. And it would not be the kind of effort that the IRS makes, but it would probably be below a certain threshold. And the person volunteers to tell you,
Okay.
which doesn't always work because we have a number, at least in Lebanon, we've had a number of elderly people who do not want charity. And so they do not apply, and then they come and weep at the executives at the session where they decide what to do about the property tax.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quite honestly, given the fact that there's a fair number of retired elderly folks in the state who have more money than I would ever see in 15 lifetimes, simply saying that someone above a certain age should get some kind of exemption doesn't make sense to me. I understand that it does create more work, but if we were to go that way, I would much prefer having it based on income.
Okay.
If, I don't know if this is just Lebanon, but ours are based on the need within income. And it's a very rough version of income.
How does that work? Because it seems awfully subjective. I mean, I can appreciate the intent, but it seems, how do you discern one need from another?
Well, first, you have to wait for somebody to come to the council.
Sure.
And if they do that, then they come with how much land they've got, their house values, and the income that they've got coming in, which they provide a copy of, I believe, to the select board or the city council.
Through a tax return?
I don't know.
I mean, it
actually.
seems like
I
it would have
need
to
to
be a tax
find out.
return. I don't
I
know
need
where
to
else you
find
would.
out. But-
Some sort of verification of income. But I
Something.
guess what I'm asking, all of those things sound like measurable things, how
Right.
much income you have, what the value of your home is, the value of your property generally. But what I thought I was hearing you say is that you take all of those and then you establish some subjective decision about, beyond those measurables, some subjective decision about need, which is not measurable. I mean, if you use income and land and property value, that's measurable. But if you say, okay, beyond that, we're going to sort of decide whether you really need it. I mean, I don't know that
Well,
to me
this is
gets-
why we really need to discuss this this fall.
I completely agree.
And each of us go to our relative bodies and see if it's going to be possible to do it without subjecting DRA to an incredible amount of work and a lot of intrusion.
Well, yeah, I would say I also want to be cognizant of the fact that I can appreciate saving DRA an inordinate amount of work. I don't want to create an inordinate amount of work for the local officials either, particularly in smaller communities like mine that simply don't have the personnel to adapt. So I don't want to see us pushing any more costs down to the towns
Right.
in particular.
That needs to be
Yep.
considered.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else?
There's a gentleman who seems to want to.
I have mine up.
Oh, yes.
I know,
Representative
it was-
Southworth.
I was late, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, sorry, usually they say I'm talking loud. Oh, it's because of the tape. I think one of the parts is basically who decides the exemption. For example, I think similar to Lebanon, people actually apply to exemptions, and then there's certain information that they supply. It would seem to me that would have to be factual, that it couldn't really be this vague need. So it might be their tax form or whatever, very clear. But I really would be uncomfortable with the idea that there's this added need kind of thing. I don't think that would be clean.
Agreed. Okay. Representative Bogart, did you have something? Yeah, we don't, we just need you for 11 o'clock. Okay, I'm going to close this work session and open the work session on 1787. We can continue talking if there's anything. So I'll open work session on HB 1787. And if there's any further discussion. Representative Opal, you look like you or about to press the button.
Actually, I was not, Mr. Chairman, but thank you. No, I would just say that I think I expressed my view of both of those bills
Yeah.
plus 1648.
Right,
Um,
right. I
so-
think, yeah, I wanted to formally open this work session, but I agree, we've been discussing both of them. Yeah, okay, so I don't see anything else, so I will close the work. Yes, Representative Elberger.
Just not specifically germane to these two bills, but Nashua's Board of Ed yesterday had its first budget presentation. And some interesting facts that just thought I might share. We currently have 9,500 students, 9,501, in the school system, of whom, well, 49 languages are the native languages among those 9,500 students. And of the 9,500, 2,183, which is just shy of 23%, are English language learners. So, you know, we have a very different community in general than we did 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. And education costs more than it used to.
I mean, I think we've always, the need may be greater now. We've always had people who, I'll use my mother as an example. She was in grade school, I don't know, 80, 90 years ago. She went to first grade not knowing how to speak English and, you know, had to struggle through it. And she ended up getting a master's degree in education, you know, at the end of the line. So it's,
No special education?
they didn't have that term back then.
Interesting.
Special education is different than language education.
Yes, that's a good point. We may be conflating those two inadvertently from time to time, the special education and
No language
yeah.
education, no special language education.
whatever you want to
No
call
more
it.
than my grandmother or my mother.
Yes, Representative Elmy.
I actually disagree with that because my middle sister, who ended up as speaking in front of the Supreme Court a number of times, and then died, she couldn't learn to read until grade 3. And I think that language education is a form of special education because it is a major difficulty for some people, not everybody, but a lot of people that come from different
Representative Ulrich, did
environments.
you want to say something? Are you holding your tongue?
Holding my tongue, because I'll get in trouble if I say something.
I don't think so. All right, any other thoughts, Representative Elberger?
But I think, Mr. Chairman, that your comments about your mother point out the importance of investing public money in public education, because look what happened with your mother. She got a master's degree, and she wouldn't have gotten that without some public support for public education.
Well, there was no public support. That's my point. Back then, there was no public support. It was done without support. I mean, just in general, well, maybe I shouldn't go there. I think we offer a lot more support in a lot more different areas when we used to offer no support to anybody when they came. Because I think most of us have immigrant forefathers and foremothers, or whatever the term is, that got no support for anything and had to make it work. And I'm not suggesting that's necessarily what we should do, but I think we need to always keep that in mind, that I believe.
And yet
And
when you
that-
buy a Dunkin' Donuts for $5.86 and you give them a $21 bill and they go, "You gave me too much money." Because
You're
Well, if you're giving them a $21 bill,
$21.
Yeah.
Couldn't figure out how to take the 86 cents out of the $1. I mean-
all the time.
All right. Representative Opal.
Just a last thing, Mr. Chairman, and I think we all have or know of individuals like your mother and her obviously laudatory effort to not only educate herself, but obviously it sounds like she was then turned around and was using that education to educate others. What we don't know are the stories of people who could have used that help and didn't get it, and we don't know what we've lost. There are individuals who may have been with the right care and support, might have been the people who cured cancer or, other things. So I'm always a little concerned when and the stories are great and they're inspirational and we should want to hear them, but we should also recognize that there are hundreds or thousands of other stories of people that we didn't hear from because they didn't get the support that could have made them master's degree students.
Anything else? Okay, I will close the work session on HB 1787. We have about 8 minutes until we start our exec session. I guess Representative Malloy, you had a study committee on HB 1420. And that was regarding, temporary local newspaper advertising. Do you have an update for us?
No, we're having another meeting this afternoon at 1:00 to follow that up,
Okay.
and then we will.
Okay.
After that meeting, I'm sure we will.
Yeah. So basically, we are having no meeting next week, as I had announced previously. And so our next meeting will be Monday, March 2nd, if that's the Monday, I think it is. Our next meeting will be Monday, March 2nd. And I may schedule a meeting for Wednesday, March 4th in the spirit of the fact that I don't want a snowstorm to, we're running out of time. We'll have, depending on how many, if we exec all 5, I believe we will have two or three more bills that would need to be finished by March 5th. So I will schedule Monday and Wednesday, just in case there's some problem with Monday, so that we make sure we get our work done for March 5th.
So, Mr. Chairman, if Monday happens, is the expectation Wednesday would not then?
The expectation is right, that Wednesday would not.
Okay.
I mean, unless something happens where, I mean, here's why I would reserve. Well, hopefully, no, I don't think there's gonna be a session on.
Is that March 6th or is that March?
It's March 2nd and March 4th. And so Wednesday, March 4th, so I think the answer to your question is, it's not absolute. So if we have a meeting on Monday, March 2nd, we still could have a meeting on Wednesday, March 4th. If, let's say there's a problem with, there's an amendment to something that's a problem now, because we still have to get it done. So yes, so I would reserve Monday and Wednesday of the first week in March.
Do we have a count on the number of, or do we have any?
Well, so
I know
right
you
now-
waived on last Thursday there was at least
So-
one bill that was going to be second referred to us that you waived.
So we got, 2 weeks ago, we got 2 second committee bills, and I didn't waive either one. Last Thursday, we got 5 second committee bills, and I've waived 2 of them. I actually waived them yesterday. I didn't realize, I thought I had, because I missed Thursday, but apparently as long as I haven't scheduled a public hearing, they can still be waived. So I waived 2 of them yesterday. I think Representative Elmy, I told you what those 2 are. So we have a total of 5 second committee bills. Those don't have to be done till March 19th. So we have a couple of weeks after our first.
March 19th on the floor. Or March
No, it has
19th
to
in
be out of
committee.
committee by March 19th. It'll be out of our committee by March 18th at the latest, because that's a Wednesday. So right now, we have, if you look online, you'll see we have 12 bills in the committee. I hope to exec 5 of them, starting at 11, which will bring us down to 7. 2 of them are, I guess, so that would leave 2. If we exec all 5 of those, 2 of them are the subcommittees happening right now, 1420 and what was it, 1648. So those would need to be done first week in March. And then the 5 remaining after that we'd have 2 weeks to finish that. So I don't, and for those, I'll probably schedule a Monday and a Wednesday, but in those, we should be able to get them done. I may not have any public hearings on any of those. It's not required. I checked with the clerk if we've had a public hearing. If it's a second committee bill, it's had a public hearing. So I will most likely schedule work sessions with invited guests that could add to our knowledge if necessary on those bills. So that's kind of the plan going forward. Any questions? Certainly, if anything comes up, let me know. But now, did I close? I don't know. I'll close 1787 in case I didn't already do. What's that?
Close to 10:51.
Okay. Closed it. Oh, you said I already
Yeah,
closed
you
it.
already closed it.
Oh,
I was
okay,
just
good.
doing it for
Just to
information
make,
discussion.
just for good measure, close it again. Okay. So that's it. We have 3 minutes until we start our exec session.
So Cindy Wilmington announced.
Mhm. Apparently. I got a call from her yesterday afternoon. I assumed that she was gonna call me.
Who's Bogarting at war?
Rita Martin, or subbing, the way we usually do it is whoever you go to sub. That's how you want to do it.
So he's so he can sit at the end. Hello. Oh, awesome. All right, so who's he subbing for?
Stephen Smith used the honor of the corner seat.
No, Stephen Smith was over there.
So they
That's where the
expected
incident
it was-
It's over here.
they wanted to put some kind of
Yes,
Yeah.
Smith and Otis.
Yeah, so you can sit down at the end here. Thank you.
Maybe,
And
except they did get into it.
And you can sit at the end of this side. Yes, thank you.
My concern was about a year ago. And I expressed my opinion that I thought Joyce was correct in bringing up the repeal of the IND, but that her execution was bad. And Cindy basically, told me I was crazy, and she never should have brought it up. And, it's like, well, Jesus Christ, what are we gonna do? Are we really gonna go into this campaign saying only that the other side is bad, awful, and, we're gonna talk about unicorns and rainbows, but we don't have anywhere to pay for the unicorns.
Somebody said last night, or the superintendent said last night at the budget meeting, hope is not a strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I used to
It's gonna be twisting into Presto's.
Gotta keep you
now.
in shape, I'll tell you that.
And the Seacoast McEachern is popular, but I don't know if we can go.
We get a couple
statewide.
weeks off.
I don't always like, Cindy already did
My
lose
last year
Joyce
coaching
last
baseball.
year. I don't
I'll
think
be
that's a
happy
good
to
pattern.
I don't think.
Yeah, my
anybody
wife and I
would
would
do
do sports for a week.
Oh, I think AI is eminently.
Well, I was talking
No,
about
2
this.
years ago. I
Oh,
don't
oh.
think anybody could have beat it.
Oh, God, yeah.
The only thing is if the icing stirs up
I got a
enough.
trip down south. I did it MLK weekend.
Well, I think, I agree with Thomas, that she was eminently beatable this year.
But it's gotta be somebody who's willing to
I seen the
Punch.
punch today.
punch. Yeah.
I was hoping, but I think he's gonna go bigger now. But I think he might go right to the center.
Well, thanks for coming over and saying hi, all right?
Well, then he's counting
Very
on,
dynamic.
he's counting on Goodlander to move up?
No. Where does he live?
Keen.
Yeah,
Oh.
well, that's second district.
Oh,
Either
maybe
that
so.
or he's
Okay, we're going to get started. If everyone would take a seat, please.
Oh, you're gonna take it, but.
Well, I'm just repeating what the speaker says.
They don't tell us
The
either.
time being 11:02, I'm going to open the executive session on HB 1800. And Representative, yes, Representative Ford, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I move to IS House Bill 1800.
Do I have a second? Second by Representative Elberger. And would you like to speak to your motion?
I'll give a few words. I move to IS because further study is needed to address SWEPT as a true statewide tax, to adjust the adequacy formula, and to really look at the implementation of the 3 credits.
Sounds good. Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in opposition to the IS, I'm in opposition to the bill, and I'd like to explain why.
Sure.
The increase in revenue is going to be 1.7 billion to 1.8 billion from its current 363 million. And I think it's a response to the New Hampshire Supreme Court ruling, which I'd like to see the legislation moving forward on that, and attempts to bring the state into constitutional compliance. But my point is, it's an increase on property taxes, going from, in Wilmot, we'll be going from 0.89 cents to $5 per thousand, this bill. And homeowners would see a net increase in their property taxes. And as all of you know, that I have been strongly opposed to increase in anything that property tax. I believe the state should, through the legislature, be making adjustments in their tax rates to take care of this problem. House Bill 1800 does not guarantee total property taxes go down, and local governments would no longer retain or manage the excess SWEPT revenue. So I think we're going to find out that if this bill were to come out of interim study and were to be sent forth to the taxpayers of this state, the property taxpayer, it's going to be a lightning rod against people that vote for it. So I just wanted to let you know that I am opposed to the bill itself.
Thank you. Might I suggest, though, that the interim study motion is not going to pass it. It's not going to pass. And I think Representative Spilsbury, in my mind, made a valid point that 1787, Representative Ames' bill, is also being recommended for interim study. The same argument could be made there. There's problems with that bill. The whole point is the goal of interim studying both those bills is to basically say, neither one of them is ready for prime time. We need to study. We need to study this issue. We need to come up with something. So I think the reason that I would propose that you interim study both of them is that we're also not trying to say this bill is better than this one. We're saying as a whole, we need further work, and neither one of them is ready for prime time.
And I don't argue against you on that point. I just find it, here we are again, raising, the suggestion is, let's go to the property taxpayers and make them pay something that should not have been done in 1998 either. So.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I normally agree with my colleague to my right, I'm going to disagree with him this time, and I think you eloquently stated the rationale for interim study. This isn't going to impose anything. It's going to be an opportunity to study it. My question, Mr. Chairman, is procedurally, is there precedence, and what is the procedure for making sure that we are actually looking at or that the study committee is looking at 1787 and 1800, and I hope 1648 in one study committee, as opposed to having different study committees, and which I think would be a waste of time.
I guess the answer is there's no guarantee. It's up to members to, because we're not creating a formal study committee. We are basically saying this issue needs study, and then it's up to members to take action. Because what's going to happen is anything that goes IS in the second year, I'll have a committee meeting in the fall at some point, September, October timeframe. And at that time, we'll need to make recommendations. I mean, it may be one meeting, it may be a follow-up meeting, but we need to make a recommendation on legislation. And so unless the recommendation is pass, in your case, Representative Schenberg, if the recommendation was we should pass HB 1800, which I don't think the cases will be because the prime sponsor is telling us it's not ready for prime time either, that during that time, we'll write a report and recommend for future legislation, what should a bill look like to solve this problem? Representative Opal, did you have a follow-up?
So just so I understand, if the full House passes interim study, this would still be controlled essentially by the Ways and Means Committee.
Correct.
Okay, so it'd be up to us to say, okay, we're going to look at both bills or all three bills together and make some recommendation. Okay.
Well, you bring up a good point, because if the full House, and I don't think this is going to happen, if the full House said, no, we don't agree with interim study, we want something else, I suppose that could happen. But who knows? I don't think that's where it's going to go. Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I didn't quite understand that last piece, because if they say no, then the bill is dead.
No, there has to be another motion. So the motion could be
Yeah.
OTP, the motion could be
That
ITL.
seems highly unlikely.
It's not going to go OTP. Or I suppose it could be, I guess if it
Tabled.
got tabled, then we wouldn't have it
Yeah.
either. That doesn't, however, that doesn't stop members from doing their own research or working with people to figure out what bills should be introduced in the fall of 2026 for the 2027.
So what you're saying is you aren't going to convene any part of the committee or all of the committee to try to discuss this, except at the end when we make recommendations for the following year.
I suppose, yes, I'm not in advance saying, here's the committee and here's what we're going to do.
Okay. Well, I hope a bunch of people would be willing to get together to discuss this from both sides.
Well, I think there will be. I mean, Representative Spolsbury, Representative Ames from Education Funding, for sure. I don't know who else over there, but I would be shocked if no one got together to discuss it, because it is an important, and I'm not sure, like, me convening a meeting of this committee makes that much sense. We're not all necessarily experts. I'd rather see the experts and the people who are really focused on this coming together and coming up with some ideas for legislation, so that when you come, whoever it is, comes to our committee meeting in September, or October, whenever it's scheduled, can come with ideas, or even come, no, that's right, we can't pass anything, but come with ideas that could go into a committee report that we, the majority would agree with. Representative Ohm.
And to further expand upon that, there's no reason why an amendment could not be drafted as part of this work process and introduced in our September window to introduce legislation.
Well, not an amendment, no.
I'm sorry, yeah,
It would have to be a
bill for the 2027 legislature could be prepared in advance,
Yes.
vetted by the subcommittee, and then introduced as an individual member for the next term.
It could be part of the report. Well, it depends. I guess it depends on timing of when my meeting is. I don't remember offhand when there's a time in September that,
November
No,
1st.
it's November.
There's two windows.
no, there's two windows.
Yeah.
There's, in the second year, there's a
Yeah.
window in September, and then
For
there's a
current.
window in.
Yeah.
And then there's one for newly elected in December.
No, it's
But
for
current,
everybody.
no, it's for everybody. The one in November is for everybody.
Right.
The one in September is for current members only who are running for reelection. If you're not running for reelection, then you cannot use that September window.
So I just summarize my point, there's plenty of opportunity to do some really good work, whatever anybody wants to do. We're not restricted on time for doing that work. And we have windows to do specific bills for next year, as well as part of the committee report, which could include those amendments.
Or bills.
I'm sorry, those bills.
Just think of your name, bills.
Bills. Bills and ham, right.
No ham.
Representative Almy?
Oh. I guess that's that then. Our study, the study committee, we were going to do this fall, but two of the members are already on vacation, so we can't consult them.
I'm not sure I understood what you just said. They're on vacation in the fall?
They're apparently on vacation now, which is why I didn't get answers back from them as to what they thought of the write-up. So I guess I'm going to send it to everybody tonight. No, not tonight, because I don't have my computer with me.
All right.
I
That's
got-
fine, whenever you
I
have,
got a new one, but
yeah, because again,
You want me to forward it?
it's heavier.
Representative Almy,
Representative Almy, I have a copy. Do you want me to forward it to the rest of the committee?
Oh, yeah,
I can do that tonight.
great.
okay. And just keep in mind that the two subcommittees, we need, March 2nd, Monday, March 2nd, which gives us plenty of time. We should have some sort of recommendation.
We produced a proposal, a specific proposal to go forward.
Okay. All right, any other discussion on HB 1800? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are voting on House Bill 1800 FN relative to statewide education property taxes. The motion is interim study. Representative Ulrey.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Matheson.
Yes.
Did I pronounce that wrong?
It's Mattson.
Mattson, thank you. I specialize in garbling members' names. Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Suter.
Yes.
Representative Mary Ford.
Yes.
Representative Mary Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Stephen Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
Yes.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Shamberg.
No. You said it correctly that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Smith is not here. Representative Opal.
Aye.
Representative Spar. Chairman Janigian.
Yes.
I count 16 votes, of which
No, it should be 17.
17, 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3.
16
9,
to
10, 11, 12,
1.
13. 17. We have 17. So I believe the vote was 16 to 1. Representative Schamberg, do you have an objection to consent, or are you writing a minority report?
I'll write a minority report. Oh, wait a minute. Let me ask this next question.
Yeah.
When is it due? If you're saying this afternoon, I won't write one.
The report's already been put in.
I said yesterday.
Well, it would be good to get it today, just so, because I have to get it in by 1 o'clock.
I'm not writing a minority report. Okay.
Consent?
My position was stated. Okay.
Well, we still need to know if you're okay with consent.
I'm okay with
Okay.
Okay.
I would think so, because non-consent.
Well, now I have a new strategy. You just, reports have to be in 1 minute after. Okay, I'm going to close the executive session on HB 1800, open the executive session on HB 1787, and recognize Representative Ford.
I move House Bill 1787 to IS.
Do I have a second? Second. Representative Elberger. And would you like to speak to your motion?
Briefly, it is, it's not ready for prime time, and I think further study is needed to really look at SWEP as truly a statewide tax.
Thank you. Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I will state that this is a property tax increase. It starts at $378 million starting in fiscal year 2027 with automatic 2% annual increases. And I believe the municipalities are also going to find out that the requirements for paperwork and everything are going to be tough on their local administrators and the local select boards. So once again, it's a property tax increase.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are voting on House Bill 1787 FN, modifying the statewide education property tax. The motion is interim study. Representative Ulrey.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Suter.
Yes.
Representative Mary Ford.
Yes.
Representative Mary Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
Yes.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schaumburg.
No.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Opal.
Aye.
Representative Spar.
Yes.
Chairman Janegian,
Yes. Should be 16-1 again. The vote being 16-1, the motion of IS passes. And Representative Schamberg, are you okay with consent? Yes. He is, so it'll go on the consent calendar. And I'll close the executive session on HB 1787.
We don't want you to hit it there.
Okay, next up is I'll open the executive session on HB 1194 relative to credits for assessments paid by insurers. And Representative Murphy has been working on this with the insurance department and related parties. And you should have an amendment on your desk for HB 1194. It's Amendment 0799H. Everybody has it? It looks like it. Representative Murphy, if you can just kind of summarize what this amendment has changed.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I move to amend HB 1194 FN with Amendment 2026-0799H. The gist of the changes are the following. The Insurance Department has provided us with definitions to facilitate clarity and implementation of the new bill, in addition to which they have
I'm
agreed.
going to stop you for a second. I
Sure.
just realized procedurally, Representative Ford made the motion. Did I have a second
Oh, so
on that?
sorry. Yeah,
None of us have read it yet.
okay.
This is just, I haven't done the amendment yet. This is just the bill.
Yeah.
Second for Representative Southworth. And then Representative Ford, did you have a further motion?
No.
Your further motion is
adoption.
to adopt amendment
That's me, yeah, so I,
079. No, but
oh, I gotcha, okay.
she made the motion.
So, yes? I'm
Actually,
sorry.
that's.
No,
Yeah,
I
I
haven't
No,
followed.
I did, I'm good,
That rises, what?
She made the motion.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
She made-
Okay,
So
okay.
all right, so
so
you make,
Murphy made the motion to adopt the
Right.
amendment.
so you're making a motion to adopt amendment 0799.
And I will second
Correct.
that.
H, and
Thank you.
Representative Schamberg will second it.
Awesome.
Okay, now you may speak.
Thank you, I
to
appreciate
your
it,
motion.
Mr. Chairman. So the Insurance Department has provided us with definitions to clarify and facilitate implementation of the bill, in addition to which they have agreed to increase the time frame within which an insurance carrier can recognize the tax credit against IPT from 5 years to 7 years. We had previously discussed 10, but it's 7. In addition, they have agreed to cap the maximum annual credit at $10 million to improve predictability of state IPT revenues and increase the annual limitation on credit recognition per calendar year from the current 10% to 14.28%. So that, in summary, are the changes that are in this amendment. And the changes are designed basically to address the industry's concerns around not having adequate period to recognize the credit, and also the insurance department's and Department of Revenue's concerns that, you know, we have an exposure here and we need to put a limit on it to protect the
Right.
general fund.
Yeah, it's Representative Almy.
Yes, could we possibly get where the changes are on this new
Sure.
sheet
Yep, let's see.
so that we can see the language? I just found 7 years. It's the top of page 2.
So what they're doing is they're replacing the entire section 1. So it's a
Yeah.
significant like rewrite. They're basically gutting the bill and just replacing the entire thing with the definitions and changing the duration, you know, within which recognition can take place. And they're changing the amount that can be recognized in each fiscal tax year.
I'm sorry, I really like to be able to read
Yeah. I know, I just got this myself yesterday, so it was
the
a bit of
bill
a scramble.
before.
So it starts in the bill itself, I believe. Oops, hang on a second, that's the amendment.
So this is basically replacing the complete bill,
Right,
except the effective date.
Yep.
So this is the,
Yeah,
So this is the
so this
Right.
is the
this
bill.
is effectively the bill.
Mhm.
As you said, key elements, $10 million maximum, 7-year.
yeah, we had a working session on this where we went over this, and so since the working session, the really only significant change has been the change from 10 years, which we discussed, down to, so we've revised downward to 7 years to protect the general fund. And also, we've had to adjust, obviously, how much they get to realize each year because of the shortened time frame. So that's really kind of in a nutshell what they've done.
Adjust adequacy?
Pardon?
Adjust adequacy
No, they adjusted how much can be recognized each, fiscal
Each-
year,
each year.
just to line itself with 7 instead of 10.
So that you can't really read them together at all.
Wait a minute, I'm just noticing in section 4,
Mhm.
Roman numeral 4, is that a problem where it says eligible assessment, line 9 on page 2? Eligible assessment credits at a rate of 20% for 5 years.
Leave them.
Oh, yeah, what's the 5 years
that a-
there for?
Do you want to come up?
I don't get what they
Yes, my name is
said.
Keith Nye, Deputy Commissioner at the Insurance Department. Thank you very much for asking us to speak today. Thank you to Representative Murphy for allowing us to do make the input and changes. I thought it was a very good summary to the extent that really what the changes have been made since the last time we met is to change the carry forward period from 10 years to 7 years. The line item that you're speaking of, Chairman, page 2, line 9, is a holdover from the original guarantee fund bill, which says if the cap is not reached at 10 million, it remains at a 5-year carry forward. It's
Okay.
only a carry forward at 7 years if the 10 million cap is breached.
Okay,
Thank God.
good, I'm glad it's not a mistake.
Oh, no.
Ten-
Not reached.
If the 10-year cap is not, but we don't have a 10-year anymore, do we?
No, the
No,
10
but it
million.
says the
10 million
aggregate
cap.
10 million.
Annual limitation.
10 million, yeah.
10 million.
Does anybody, yes, Representative Opal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know whether it's for you, Representative, or for, also on page 2, on line 5, no member insurer shall recognize more than 14.28% of the aggregate annual limitation in any calendar year. So is that 14.28 applied to the 10 million cap?
The representative, that 14.28 is 7 times 14.28 gets us close to the 100% of the carry forward.
1/7.
Rather than 10
Seven-
years at 10%, it's 7
times
years at 14.28.
14.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, I was an English major.
Um,
Did that make sense?
No.
It's
Follow-
1/7. Yeah.
No, it can't
No,
be.
I think I understand it, but what you're
14
saying
times.
is,
Oh, it's 100.
I understand the 7 times, but what I'm trying to figure out is, that 14.28% is applied to the 10 million or is applied to what they're claiming?
The 14.28 applies to the amount of credit that's being carried forward.
Okay, okay.
Thank you for the question.
Okay, any other questions, Representative Elmy?
Yeah, I'm a little confused here still. The 14.28 is applied even if it was only 6 million
No.
total.
Oh,
Where have we got?
that would then go back to line 9, right? Where it's a 5-year, if it's less than 10 million.
If I may, Chairman,
Sure.
the department recognizes that each additional year of carry forward beyond 5 years costs the general fund revenue. That being our reality, we looked at the cap of $10 million and said, let's leave that in place the way it's always worked, that anything below the 10 million will have a carry forward of 5 years at 20%. The cap being our magic number for triggering that, it was only in the event that the cap is breached would we then look to spread that out over a longer period of time, which again is the 1/7 to 7 years at 14.28 and a fraction of percent. Yes, sir.
And where, I know that most insurance stuff doesn't get read by non-insurance people, but where in here does it say that we are only talking about amounts over 10 million?
That is correct. Page 1, line 18.
Okay, so where does it say when it gets above 10 million, this is what we're doing?
There is no above 10, there is no above 10 million.
Line 21.
Page 1.
Okay, okay. C, that's Roman 2C.
Anybody else have questions? Representative Ellery.
Just to follow up and close what Representative Almy was saying. So if the loss by any particular company is greater than 10 million, say 50 million loss or something like that, they get 10 million in the first year. Then they get 40 million, well, 10 million in the second year, and it continues with another 10 million and another 10 million until their entire loss is met. And that's a rolling 14.28% over the time that it takes for that to be recovered
For 7 years,
for each claim,
for each.
for each year. Over 10. Yeah, just-
It has to be over 50 because there's a $10 million cap. So if any claim that is 50 million or less from a defunct
Yeah.
company, then
Yeah.
you're paying it off in 5 years.
Yeah, which would.
Correct.
If it was 50
Yeah.
to $60 million, then it would be amortized over 7 years, 14.828, whatever per year for 7 years.
Yeah, and
It's a
that's
lot.
what I was trying to get at. It's a guaranteed, it's a known sum to both the treasury, or excuse me, to insurance and to the treasurer.
That's
So
correct.
they have a known sum to work with. And that's about all this bill does.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Yeah,
That's
Representative.
that's it.
I believe we have the same understanding, correct?
Oh, boy, when are you gonna run for office?
That's for smarter
right.
people than myself, Representative.
Oh. Let me,
Representative Almy, did you have anything else?
I'd like to hear from the Insurers Association too, if possible.
Okay. All right. we'll
Thank
hear
you very much.
from the
We will sit tight
Thank
for
you.
questions if you have them.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Henry Vayu, and I'm here on behalf of the American Council of Life Insurers. Thank you for the journey on this bill. So I just got a copy of the amendment a couple minutes ago. I typically like to run it by the client first. So I really don't have any feedback yet on this. Is this something that you have to do today, or, I mean, if you got to do it today, you got to do it today, but I don't really, this could work. I mean, I think our folks could be okay with this. I just don't know yet, because I need the tax people to take a look at this and provide the feedback.
I'm in, what's that? I'm inclined to move forward. We've had, between your group and the insurance commission, I've put this off quite a while now. I think it's at least, originally we were going to put it off 1 week. I think we're close to 3 weeks now. So I'm inclined to move forward with this. If there's something that becomes a problem, this will be going to the Senate. You could certainly, go to the Senate with a tweak. So at this point, I'm inclined to move forward. Representative Elmy.
Yes. I'm protesting this because it's a complex issue that most of us don't understand. And we've just gotten this at the last minute. And I talked to the chair of Commerce on my way here this morning, which is why I was a little late. And he hadn't heard of this at all. They always do insurance. And I think that this American Council ought to be able to have a chance to look at the new proposal.
Well, I mean, they
It
can
may
look.
be fine.
They can look at the proposal and it can go, and then they can disagree with something, and then it's going to be back and forth again. I think at this point, as I said, there's been enough time, and the Senate, if somebody finds something that's grossly wrong at this point, the Senate can take care of it. The other thing is, I don't think there's much, what is different in here from our last work session? Because the last
Right,
work
exactly.
session, I think we were pretty much all in agreement. And the only thing that has changed, Representative Murphy, is the 10 to 7, right? Because even the percentage, the 14.28, that's only a result of the fact we're talking about 7 years. So really only changes, we've gone from 10 to 7. So it's not like suddenly we have something here that's just totally unknown to us. I think there's, as I said, I think enough time has gone by with the back and forth between the two. We seem to be in agreement at the last meeting, so I think the 10 to 7 is the only item that I see here. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that Representative Murphy actually made the changes that we asked her to make
Right.
in the amendment. So it really,
Well, except for the 7 year.
right, yes, except for
So
that.
that's the only thing that's really different here.
Okay,
the 7
thanks for
years.
clarifying that.
Yeah, and the insurance department is concerned about the revenue impact to the state, and thus the 10 has gone to 7. Keep in mind, it used to be 5. So, yeah, anyways, I think that's the compromise at this point. And again, if there is some major issue here, which, I don't believe there is, but if there is, it can be straightened out as it moves through the process to the Senate. Okay, anything else? Seeing nothing else, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Shall we do a show of hands?
Oh, I'm sorry. First, we have to do the amendment. We can do a show of hands on the amendment. All those for? So, okay, everyone except Representative Elmy, so it's 17 to 1. 16 to 1, I'm sorry, 16 to 1. Okay, so now the motion, so the amendment passes 16-1. We now go on to the OTP as amended on HB 1194. Any
So
further
moved.
thoughts, Representative Murphy?
Yeah, so moved.
Okay. Second
Second.
by
Second.
Representative Schoenberg. Unless there's nothing last minute here, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are voting on House Bill 1194 relative to credits for assessments paid by insurance. The motion is ought to pass with amendment number 2026-0799H. Representative Ulrey.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Suter.
Aye.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Mary Ford.
Yes.
Representative Mary Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
No.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schamberg.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
You got it right, though.
Representative Bolton, the next
Yes.
gentleman next to me.
Yep.
Representative Alberger.
Yes.
Representative Opal.
Aye.
Representative Spar. Chairman Janikian.
Yes. So the vote being 16-1. The motion of OTP passes. OTPA, I'm sorry. And Representative Almy, is there an objection to consent? So you'll be writing a minority.
My thinking is there doesn't have to be any kind of debate. If after they have read this, they are willing to go along with it too. And if they have severe objections, then we have a debate.
Okay. So Representative Murphy, the majority report, and Representative Almy, the minority report.
Will this be on the regular calendar?
This will be on the regular calendar. And I'm trying to think in terms of getting the report in.
Wow. Can write mine in my handwriting and get it to you today.
Okay.
I'm not sure how I get it to you today, but I can probably do it in half an hour after this.
Since we're not meeting next week, does it have to be done today? Can it be done by next Wednesday?
Are you trying to get back your minority report?
No. No.
That's what I'm struggling with now, right? I already told you, yes, I mean, it doesn't necessarily, but the speaker has also asked that we get as many bills going as possible.
But he's not putting any of our bills except consent and for last week on the calendar.
You know, I can't control that. All I can control is what I can control. Okay, so I guess just get that to me as soon as you can, Representative Almy.
Well, I just had, I'll write it. I'll write it in as good handwriting as I can manage and take a picture of it and send it to you. That was
Sounds good. All right,
an Elberger suggestion, I think.
that's, sounds good. I'll close the executive session on HB 1194.
If I want. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Or
I,
you've got one of those,
that sounds good. I appreciate that. That way I don't have
you've
to.
got one of those handwriting things? Conversion programs?
Okay, I'm going to open the executive session on HB 1068
Mine's going to be very
relative to the meaning of hotel as it pertains to meals and rooms taxation. You also have this in front of you. It's Amendment 0691H to HB 1068. And I'm going to recognize Representative Ullery for a motion on HB 1068.
Mr. Chair, I move ought to pass, and I have an amendment to offer.
Okay, do I have a second on the ought to pass?
Second.
I don't know if you can second it as a second by Representative Elberger. Thank you for offering though, but just to avoid any
Just pushing the rock.
issues with
Pushing
the,
rock kind of
yeah,
thing.
I appreciate it. Representative Ullery, you have a additional motion?
Yeah, originally, the bill was on one thing, this replaces the entire thing and eliminates a little exercise that if you rented for 6 months and 1 day, you get to give all the money back. So we lose 30 days on long-term residents. So why don't we just take 30 days for everybody? That way, and it also simplifies the paperwork back and forth with DRA. Oh, well, you got to give them this much money and just, it eliminates some stuff. Plus, the loss of revenue estimated was in the tens of thousands, 56 and change.
Yeah, I think it was roughly 56,000.
So we also made the change as to that you had to have a written agreement. We changed it from one person to a person at DRA's request, and we put an applicability period of tax periods ending on or after January 1st, 2027.
At DRA's request.
At DRA's request.
So the goal here was also to become more competitive with surrounding states that offer a 30-day as well. Representative Elmy?
Yes, we are changing something that has been in the rooms and meals tax since it was created. It becomes a very different animal. And we have no idea how much we lose. I have asked DH to look at all of their travelers and see how many of them actually stay for over 30 days. That would give us some vague idea of the money beyond the minimal amount that the DRA could talk about, and perhaps give us pause about how much we are losing. We really have there, besides the medical, the hospitals there and the nursing homes, there are also a number of businesses that bring in consultants for short periods of time. And we don't know how many of them go past 30 days. I really think we ought to at least delay until we get some kinds of information, and I have asked for one of them now, and they're trying to fulfill it.
My understanding is we got an email that told us that the impact was 56,000 based
No.
on refunds.
No, I forget when we got that. I think it's in here. That is a very minor part of it. Maybe it wasn't an email and I didn't get to print it out. But do we have someone still here?
Yes.
Yes, we
Jennifer.
do.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning. The email that I sent during the last hearing pertained to stays that under current law exceed 6 months. Under current law, anyone whose stay exceeds 6 months can be entitled to request a refund of all of the tax that's previously been collected by the operator. And the statistic I gave you was that in 2025, we had 35 requests from our operators for credit against their liability related to having refunded $56,000 to those people who stayed longer than 6 months. That's not necessarily equivalent to the fiscal impact that shortening stays to over 30 days would have on the overall collection of the tax. So the rooms portion of the M&R is approximately, I think it was $97 million for that portion of the tax. What we don't know, because we don't collect data from the operators as to how long those stays are.
Right.
So we don't know how much of the $97 million would be foregone as a result of shortening the taxable stay from 6 months or less to a month or less.
And what's the total collected?
I'm sorry.
The total collected annually?
For the rooms portion of the tax, it was $97 million.
And we don't know how many of those are short-term stays, less than 30 days.
Right. We did some research trying to determine if there were any industry statistics available on that length of stay for hotels. I'm sure that data exists, but it seems very proprietary. We were not able to find a good source for the data. The industry seems to speak in terms of an average stay, which could be like 2 days long across all hotels and similar establishments. But then stays in excess of 7 days were considered extended stays. Stays in excess of 30 days were considered long-term stay, with the terminology that I found in some of the industry literature. But I was not able to identify any good data source for how many long-term stays make up the overall market for hotels and hotel rooms as we would define them in this case. So if you assume.
So we know how many are going beyond 6 months,
Correct.
but we don't know how many are between 30 days and 1 month and 6 months.
Correct.
And we know that there are a lot of travelers in the hospital and nursing home system, and that at least some businesses acquire consultants to help with specific parts of their work that stay for 2, 3, 4 months.
And do you think, I was going to ask, do you think this is, I wonder if it's more applicable as far as where this provides a break is to some of these folks who, rent a summer home for 5 weeks or 6 weeks, where they would now be exempt from paying that tax. I think that's
Oh, yeah.
probably where a
That
significant
group
amount of the
also.
revenue would be lost to us as a state.
Yeah, well, that, I'd like stay at a Airbnb or something like that for a long term. Let's take this one at a time. If it's a nursing, the contracts of them are normally quarter, 2-quarter, 3-quarter, 4-quarter contracts. So they're going to be pretty much, they would have been exempt under the current law at any rate and eligible for reimbursement. Somebody who's doing a gig work for XYZ company installing new whatever the things are on the towers for microwaves. A specialist of that, or White Mountain Cable that comes over from Vermont and stays over here for a couple of weeks to lay down some cable. That's only going to be a short-term stay, and it'll be at different locations as they move down the line. The same thing would apply for some specialist is working for BAE who comes in from England or from wherever they bring their people in from and to do work. It's going to be for that project, and then they're going to leave. Matter of fact, Nashua, I believe, has a hotel that specializes in that over in there. But at the same time, the paperwork that's involved in getting the reimbursement back is a liability on DRA to process if it's over 6 months, if we leave it the way it is. If we just say every person pays 30 days, it just makes it more simple, more clean,
And more expensive.
So,
and less
help
expensive.
me understand, when you're saying everyone pays 30 days, if I rent for 1 week, I'm still paying 30 days?
No, you're paying 1 day.
But if I
you're paying
rent
1
for
week.
6 weeks, I'm only paying for 4 weeks, 30 days. So anything over 30 days is basically not being taxed by the M&R tax. Okay. So we just don't know what that liability is. I'm sorry, we don't, it could be 5 or
And-
10% of the
and
97
frankly,
million.
there's no methodology of determining it.
Correct.
There's because it's all proprietary information, and it's none of our business how long somebody stays someplace. If you're working in another country someplace, I can name you some, for example, but then they would want to know how many hours you were spending in your room, and probably what you were doing in there. But that's none of our business. So, quite frankly, the lost revenue is the shibboleth as far as I'm concerned. Red herring.
Representative Opal.
Well, I'm not sure I would describe, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure I would describe loss of revenue that we are unable to determine as a shibboleth. I would describe it as a pig in a poke. We have no clue. But in addition, I have one other concern. As I'm reading this bill, are we not imposing a new tax on renters? If I have a 6-month lease or a 1-year lease as an apartment renter, do I now have to pay a rooms and meals tax for the first 30 days of that lease? That's the way I read it.
It's not imposing a new tax, it's refining an existing tax.
So there's a rooms and meals tax on people who sign long-term leases?
Well, when I look at, I'll let you answer a second, Representative Ulrich, but when I look at line 9, it's defining it as any occupant who has made an agreement to occupy any room in a hotel for more than 30 consecutive days.
And
I
if
don't
you-
consider if you have a residential rental, that's not a hotel.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, in the definitions in 78A3, it defines hotel means an establishment which holds itself out to the public by offering sleeping accommodations for rent, whether or not the major portion of its operating receipts is derived from sleeping accommodations. The term includes, but is not limited to, inns, motels, tourist homes and cabins, ski dormitories, ski lodges, lodging homes, rooming houses, furnished room houses, boarding houses, private clubs, hostels, cottages, camps, chalets, barracks, dormitories, and wait for it, apartments.
And go on.
That's the
Well,
definition.
But this bill that we're looking at passing, the original bill, not the amendment, says rooms or private homes advertised and rented for using online platforms and apartments.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
apartments
that was
is,
the part that we added, what was that, 3 years ago, 4 years ago?
It's part of the new bill.
so unless I misunderstood, I did not believe that rooms and meals taxes were being applied to long-term leases, rental leases, that if I go to rent an apartment, there's not a rooms and meals tax that's added on to my rent.
Well, we'll let the expert respond.
So, thank you for that observation, that question. It was my understanding that this was not intended to impose M&R tax on what we currently think of as a long-term rental, like a year lease. And the language that change that I think effectuates that intent is at lines 15 through 17. So we would, under this bill, we would be determining a permanent residence at the time of your move-in. So if you're moving in a 1-year lease situation, at the time that you're moving in, that exceeds the 30 days limit, so that would not be taxable under the statute.
But if I may, Mr. Chairman, I understand that, but it looks to me like line 18 changes that and says, when a taxable occupancy, and presumably if you're renting an apartment, that's according to the definition of what a hotel is, that could be considered a taxable occupancy, is extended such that, so are you saying that the way I'm supposed to interpret this, or maybe this is for Representative Ullery, the way I'm supposed to interpret this is the only rental agreements that would be taxable are those that were done initially for 30 days or shorter, but then if they get extended, then they have to, no, that's not what it says. It's, respectfully, Representative, I could take that language, and I'm not a lawyer, but I guarantee you lawyers will be able to take that language and twist it into, I think it's could be clearly interpreted either way.
Respectfully, no, it says when a taxable occupancy. So first you have to have a taxable occupancy.
Which is any apartment.
No, because if you make an agreement for occupy a room for less than 30 days, that is a taxable occupancy. If you make the agreement for more than 30 days, it ain't a taxable occupancy.
Let me throw another complication. What if it's a month-to-month apartment rental? I mean, most month-to-month people, stay for a year anyhow. But does that mean month-to-month rentals could be caught up in this?
So with respect to the question of taxable occupancy, I think that is a defined term in the statute that excludes rental to a permanent resident. So I think the first part of the discussion takes a long-term lease of a year out of the definition of taxable occupancy, so that that section wouldn't apply to that 1-year lease. And again, the M&R statute has evolved over the years, and the definitions are very interrelated and difficult to follow sometimes. So I understand the confusion, but I think the definition of taxable occupancy solves the problem that you were describing, Representative Opal. With respect to the month-to-month lease, if the initial term of the lease was less than 30 days, then it would be taxable as M&R, an M&R occupancy under this amendment this bill, as I understand it. And if it exceeded the 30 days, when it started out as 30 days, then it was extended for several months. What Representative Ullery is describing would be the case. So under current law, with 6 months as our barometer, if you will, a 6-month lease that extends to 8 months would then have the entire tax refunded. But the language at lines 18 and 19 is intended, as I understand it, to mean that when you have a 30-day lease that is extended to 60 days, you do not get refunded the first 30 days M&R tax. So that would do away with the
56,000.
The 56,000, although you would measure it much differently at a 30-day, in excess of 30-day number than at an excess of 6-month number.
So just back to the apartment thing. So if somebody rents an apartment, just general apartment rental, the idea is they're going to be there for a while, but it's a month-to-month rental. Do those get caught up in this? Or based on what you're saying, the definition is it's not taxable?
I think that would depend a lot on the lease terms themselves. If the initial term of the lease said for 30 days with the potential for extensions, I think that potentially could be subject to this tax.
That makes sense, but I think most apartment owners who do month-to-month rentals aren't saying that. They're just saying, here's the rental, it's you're paying month to month, but there's no extension. The presumption is you're gonna continue.
If the lease term was for 6 months, then I think that would fall under the definition of permanent resident as amended and would not be subject to the tax.
Yeah, but see, there's still a potential problem, because there's landlords out there who are renting month to month, apartment rentals. They don't assume that the person's gonna leave after 1 month or even 6 months, but it's a month to month rental. What you're saying is that potentially could be subject to M&R.
Just the
Again.
first 30 days.
Right. The
Yeah,
very
but
first
it's-
30 days.
But that's a new tax.
No, but
and-
okay, forget about.
No, it's not.
Forget about this
It is.
bill, forget about this bill right now. I'm just saying in general, the way the law is right now, if somebody's doing month to month, a landlord's doing month to month rentals, but it's an apartment house. So the presumption is you're moving in, you might be there for 5 years, you might be there for at least a year, but it's not requiring you to be there a year. It's a month to month, and there's no extension. There's not saying if you stay 1 month, then you can add another month.
Right.
It's just, there's a lot of
I
units
think
out
under
there
the
like that.
current law, wouldn't then, if
So-
it's month to month, then I would think that the landlord should remit the first 6 months for M&R because it's month to
But
month.
No.
I don't think that's happening.
It's short term.
Would submit every month for M&R, because he's renting it for a month, then that rental ends. Then he's renting it
Correct.
again,
Right. So,
but it
that-
just happens to be for the same person
right.
for another 30 days. And then that ends in 30 days, and he's renting
But-
it, it's open for rental again, and it's up to the person there to leave or stay. They say, I don't want to move.
Yeah. So the landlord should be submitting the M&R, but if they extend over 6 months, they can get it back with,
No,
that's how the law is.
Again, I think it very much
Not
depends
your,
upon the
not
terms
your
of the
amendment,
lease.
the current law.
Again, I think it very much depends upon the terms of the lease.
Right.
Yeah.
You have a month to month, you can get out in a month. That's a short-term rental, they owe the M&R. The landlord does.
Potentially, yes.
If the person stays after 6 months, they would get back their money if they ask for the reimbursement under the current law.
yeah.
Yeah, there's such a difference between, renting a room and renting, you move into an apartment. You're not gonna like move into an apartment and then move out the next, at the end of the month. Because you're moving furniture in and
Well, there's
everything else.
certain places in Nashville and Manchester. where
Furnished.
that takes
Well, it's a rooming, so if it's a rooming house, it's one thing. But, I don't know, I guess I'm confused about what the current law is now, because it seems like it would ensnare landlords who are renting month to month. But the presumption is it's long-term. It's just that it's a month-to-month rental agreement.
You could also draft a month lease so that it was a 12-month lease terminable with the tenant
Yeah.
opting to get out after 30 days.
It's one way around it.
Well, yeah. And it would be totally up to the landlord then to set it up the way that they want to have it set up. So you're giving freedom to the landlord to develop his own terminology within limits.
I have a question. I have a situation on a standard form lease where the person can opt out after 30 days. It's a standard form lease. Do you have any challenges to a standard form lease for room and meals taxes?
I'm sorry, can you say
Yeah,
it one more
I have
time?
a standard form lease. It's basically a month-to-month lease on a long-term contract. And it's a standard form lease. It's anything that I've done other than just picked up a standard form. And I'm wondering on standard form leases with month-to-month tenants, is that being challenged for room and meals tax?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Which makes sense. I think there's a lot of landlords out there that are renting month to month. But the presumption is, or not just the presumption, but people are staying there for a year or more. And occasionally somebody might leave earlier for unknown circumstances, but that's probably like 0.1%. Well, yeah, that can,
I guess, just circling back to this.
wait,
and-
hold on, I
sorry.
haven't called.
I'm sorry.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am very concerned about the idea that we have no idea of how much this will cost in revenue. Apparently, we can't know because the information is not available. And we are tight enough in our budget at this point that a loss of tens of millions of dollars potentially could have a serious effect on our budget. So I don't know if we could do something like, say, I'm not proposing it, I'm just wondering. Can we say that, all right, we'll go ahead and we'll pass this more or less as it is? And if we find out after 2 consecutive fiscal years that the impact on state revenue is whatever floor we might want to put, then the bill will be rescinded. I don't know if that's possible.
I don't think so, but Representative Ellery?
You can put a sunset clause on any bill you want to, but you don't need to on this because we, beginning next year, we're going to take a look at revenues and then we're going to take a look at revenues the year after that and then the year, we're going to see it if it shows up. And we can change it anytime we wish. It only takes a short period of time to go through both bodies.
I recognize that. I also recognize that it's much easier to say we are going to be cutting taxes than if we are adding revenue because we found out that we needed it.
Representative Southworth.
Just listening to all the questions, even though I stepped out, to me, it just seems like it's not ready for prime time. We've had a lot of bills we've had to think about a little bit more. And especially, I'm concerned when we don't have DRA numbers. Thanks.
Representative Spar.
Just reiterating the two representatives, I am concerned about what that figure is, and you said 97 is the total amount we collect every year, 97 million. Maybe it's 5% or 10%, but it's $5-10 million possibly lost. Who knows what the specific numbers are? But I don't know if this is really, as for what Mr. Southworth just said, worth passing this amendment, especially when we're in a situation where last year we had to raid the reserves by $67 million of our rainy day fund. So I don't think we should be looking at this without really cautious eyes and understanding the full liability.
Representative Opal.
In addition to all of those questions, I remain unpersuaded that this doesn't impose a new tax on renters. We are also changing the definition of permanent residence, which used to be 180 or 183 days. We're changing that definition to more than 30 consecutive days. We're talking about needing an agreement. I know a lot of landlords who do month to month and they don't have leases. It's just they know somebody in town who needs a place to stay and they're renting it to them on a month-to-month basis. And the expectation is they're going to stay longer than 6 months or a year or whatever, that they're moving in, they're going to live there. It's going to be their home. But they don't have leases. They don't want to go through the paperwork. They're just, they're whatever. I think this raises a number of questions, not just the revenue, but the definitions, the language, the impact on renters. I would say this is clearly not ready for prime time.
Well, I share your concern, except this would actually make it better, wouldn't it? Because right now, permanent resident is 6 months. So if they're doing month to month, they're already not at 6 months. This brings it back to 30 days.
Well, if you want to just change the permanent resident definition to 30 days or more than 30 days, and the rest of this bill, we deep six, I'm not sure the impact of that, honestly, of changing the definition to a permanent residence. And I know I've heard this before, but we have statutes across our statute book that conflict with one another, and that issues pop up all the time. Changing the definition of a permanent residence, I think, has the potential to make, does that mean if I become a permanent resident for 2 months, do I have to get a New Hampshire driver's license? Am I eligible to vote?
But that's under RMD law.
This
Right.
came up, I think this came up last time we talked about it, and it's under a different law. So this permanent resident is for this M&R only. It's not for voting purposes.
Yeah.
But I
and
would share that
I've
concern.
seen lawyers do a lot with less, so.
Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for DRA. Ms. Ramsey, the term permanent resident, is that an established term within the RSAs of New Hampshire?
With respect to meals and rooms, yes, that's a defined term. Whether there are other definitions of permanent resident in other chapters of law, there probably are, but the definition we're talking about here would only apply to the meals and rooms chapter.
And it's not a, follow-up, it's not a specific legal label that's reserved for non-citizens?
No.
No.
Not with respect to meals and rooms, no.
Representative, did you have a question? Your light is on. All right, so where are we now with this?
We have a debate on the amendment.
All right, Representative Ulrich, do you have one last statement? No? Okay. All right, then I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the amendment. Let's do a roll call.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are voting on Amendment 2026-0691H on House Bill 1068. The vote is adopt the amendment. Representative Ulrich,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Suter,
Yes.
Representative Mary Ford,
Yes.
Representative Mary Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Bogart,
Yes.
Representative Almy. No. Representative Southworth,
No.
Representative Malloy,
No.
Representative Schaumburg,
No.
Representative Bolton. No. Representative Elberger,
No.
Representative Opel,
No.
Representative Spar. Chairman Janigian.
Yes.
Nine to eight.
9-8. The vote being 9-8, the amendment passes, and we're on to OTPA. Any further discussion on OTPA? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Got a fresh sheet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're voting on House Bill 1068 relative to the meaning of hotel as it pertains to meals and rooms taxation. The motions ought to pass with Amendment 02, correction, Amendment 2026-0691H. Motion is ought to pass as amended. Representative Ulrich,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Suter,
Yes.
Representative Mary Ford,
Yes.
Representative Mary Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Almy,
No.
Representative Southworth,
No.
Representative Malloy,
No.
Representative Schaumburg,
No.
Representative Bolton,
No.
Representative Elberger,
No.
Representative Opel,
Nay.
Representative Spar, and Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Chairman Janigian,
Yes.
9-8.
The vote being 9-8, the OTP motion passes. Majority report will be by Representative Ulrich, the minority report by
I'll do it. May take a bit longer.
Okay, and I'll close the executive session on HB 1068. And open the executive session on HB 1433, creating a child care tax credit for qualifying businesses, and looking to Representative Murphy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend HB 1433-FN.
Well, no, first you have to make a motion on the bill.
Sorry,
Those
I
are-
move ought to pass on HB 1433-FN.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Schamberg. And would you like to make a further motion, Representative Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would move to amend HB 1433-FN with amendment 2026-0646H.
Okay, do I have
I'll
a second?
second.
Second from Representative Opal. And would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, briefly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the underlying bill, as you know, is attempting to address a critical shortage of childcare facilities and staffing that's resulted in a current estimated 12-month wait list for openings. The bill seeks to increase availability and supply of childcare by requiring a minimum of 12 or more new seats to be created directly or through a third party that were not available prior to January 1st, 2027. The amendment seeks to clarify and define terminology, as well as specify qualifying expenditures and credit recognition limits to facilitate implementation. The business may claim a credit equal to 50% of its qualifying expenditures in and against its business profits tax or business enterprise tax, or they can apportion it against each, provided the total credits granted don't exceed 50% of the business's total claimed expenditures for the first 2 years. The credit can be carried forward for 4 successive years if the allowable amount exceeds the business's tax liability in a given tax year. The aggregate of tax credits issued by the commissioner to all taxpayers claiming the credit shall not exceed $5 million, which was the cap that we discussed in the working session of any state fiscal year. The applications will be processed on a first-come, first-served basis. And if applications are received in excess of the $5 million, they won't be eligible for the credit that year, but they would be given priority in the subsequent years. The DRA shall approve or deny the application for credit within 60 days and notify the companies of the reasons. And the act shall be applied to taxable periods ending on or after December 31st, 2027. So a concern was raised during the working session by the minority leader that qualifying companies can pay more and provide better benefits to childcare workers who are traditionally low-income staff, and that this might result in recruiting these workers away from other in-community childcare facilities and defeat the purpose of this bill to increase the availability of seats. And, you know, I do feel that that is a valid concern. I agree the supply of childcare workers must be addressed, and so I'm planning to support a different bill that actually provides some money for that purpose. It's to grow the childcare workforce. But based on my personal experience as a large company executive, I also feel that most companies will choose the faster time to solution by investing much-needed cash to expand local community childcare centers rather than constructing new facilities, because that takes time, it's a distraction, and it's not aligned with their core mission and profit orientation. So while there's some advantages to constructing childcare centers on company property, most companies will view these as cost centers, not profit centers, and will choose to leverage in-community centers for which childcare is their main business, and they'll probably cut them a check. So for these reasons, you know, I'm recommending ought to pass HB 1433 FN.
Okay, Thank you. Representative Elmy?
Yes, I hate to say this, but this amendment is wrong.
Oh, no, you're kidding. Can't be.
It is replacing the purpose section. Section 1 is statement of purpose. Section 2 is what you needed to replace.
It's, oh,
It says all after section one.
Otherwise, you have two of almost the same thing. And no statement of purpose.
I mean,
The drafters tend to do this kind of
I
thing.
wonder if it's
uh,
drafting.
I mean, you can see what it's doing is it wants to, this whole thing is starting to replace the bill at line 12.
Yes.
And then at the very back on page 3, it's simply replacing line 9 so that we, make sure it's applying to the correct taxable period ending date.
But the bill is written that it's replacing section 1.
Mhm.
The amendment is written.
That is true. Wait a minute.
But the original bill contains a statement of purpose. And that's what it's trying to amend. Yeah. It would have to either leave the statement of purpose and replace section 2.
Yeah, she's talking about, she's saying this is all gone because this has a 1.
Right.
Or else it
you can
would
see
get rid of section 1 and then replace section 2 with a new section 1.
I mean, I don't
So are you saying, Representative Elmy, the only change would be on line 1 of the amendment, that should just say section 2 instead of section 1?
Yes.
Oh. I wonder if we can get an update ASAP.
Yeah, probably.
Is that, do you agree that, based on what she's saying? Actually, yes, if you could give them a call, let's see if
That'd
we
be
can get
great, yeah.
that changed immediately and
Bring it back.
sent to us.
Yep.
I mean, that's simple enough, that as long as not everyone's at lunch right now, we,
Just,
does anyone have other concerns obviously while we're waiting for that? Yes, Representative Opal.
This is not, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not so much a concern as I wish I had thought of this yesterday when I read the amendment. But my concern is that even with the 12 seats and the $5 million cap, that there may be an opportunity for larger companies to sort of suck all that up, which would be a good thing. The more, more childcare seats that are available, the better. But I'm wondering, and as I say, I wish I'd thought of this, but I'm wondering if it might be helpful to limit what any one entity, how much of the 5 million any one entity could claim in a year. Just to try and increase participation, if there is. And maybe, maybe in the first couple of years, we see that it's not an issue and we go back and take that out. But I'm just thinking, giving other people an opportunity to, or getting more people an opportunity to participate. For example, it may be that that $5 million might be claimed totally in only one region of the state, and that other regions may not have the opportunity to jump in because they were a little slow on the uptake. Just, I'm going to support the bill. I think it's a move in the right direction. That's the one area that gave me just a little bit of pause.
Well, and the other possibility is if, you're raising a valid point, it could be that follow this to the Senate with a change as well. And then, yeah, Representative Elmy.
Has anyone given us an idea of how much it would cost to set up a 12-seat, a new 12-seat child care center?
Not that I know of.
And operate it for 2 years, which is what this says. We really don't have an idea whether we're only talking about 2 places or 12 places. I mean, 12-seat places.
Representative Southworth and then Opal.
Thank you. I was on a board for almost 30 years for a child care center. It expanded to 2, 3 spots, all kinds of things happened. But what's complicated are the state regulations. If you have infants, it's very different than if you have 5-year-olds or if you have Head Start in your center. The variations we couldn't spend time on. So I think it would be very hard to predict. If they already had space, you have to have small toilets, you have to have food. It's very complicated, even for 12.
Interesting. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the variables would make it awfully difficult to sort of say the average cost is going to be such and such,
But are we at any risk of only getting 1 to 2 centers a year?
I certainly think that's a possibility, which is why
Well, Mary has,
Yeah, actually, getting the facility itself, up and running, especially if they've already got usable space, they're just like reallocating and renovating for this purpose, isn't the big ticket item, it's the staffing bit. And the bill does have in it a line where if this is how they want to spend their money on training and growing the supply of workers, they can do so. And so I look at this bill as, we're in a bad situation. We got a 12-month backlog. It's urgent that we address this, but this will not be enough. This is just a step down the path in the right direction. There's actually some bills from your side of the house that I'm going to support that will also move the ball down the field more aggressively in terms of growing this workforce if possible. So I just think it's an urgent state need.
Jen, did you have an update?
Okay, no problem.
Oh, okay.
The, also, yeah, we just learned we can do a committee amendment.
These are all committee amendments. So she should vote to withdraw this amendment. That's a good idea. Right now, we got the-
Yeah.
Throw that and introduce it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Any other thoughts while we're waiting?
Well, I'm torn by this because 5 years ago, I think it was, I met with Mary Jane Wallner and the 4 women who ran child care centers that were trying to expand. expand the resources for them. And they were all after tax credits. And I said, you realize that tax credits are an appropriation that was not made, but that we are paying for forever, and it doesn't go through the finance committees. But I would just like to have some kind of guarantee that we aren't just going to create 2 12-seat centers for 5 million every year. It would take us a very long time to solve the problem. And I know that the problem is huge.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Southworth, I think. beat you
Thank
to
you.
it.
Again, my 2 cents. I would say that even if it does one, that is good because 5 million is not going to go far at all. But I'd also add, what I've seen in a number of businesses is they give their employees first chance, and then they open it to the public. So I've seen like my mom's assisted living, they had, I guess, 2/3 the nurses there, and then 1/3 from the Hanover community. So it really was win-win. But again, 5 million is a drop in the bucket.
Representative Murphy.
Yeah, I think that, we're in a really tight labor market at the moment, even especially with these bigger firms. And I believe that they'll view this as an employee benefit that they can, offer, that's very meaningful to their employees. And I think that we're going to have pretty good take-up on this.
Representative Almy.
I think that there's language in here that restricts the children to the employer. So that
But they could
wouldn't
add
be
12,
available.
if I may. They could add 12 for the employer, but I don't think it blocks them if they're extra slots.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, to Representative Almey's point, I think if you look at, I just found it, page 2, lines 6 through 9, it says a business which operates or contracts for the operation of a childcare program through a third party for the primary purpose of providing childcare services to its employees. Primary purpose suggests to me that there could be a secondary purpose of allowing seats for non-employees, but
Yes.
it doesn't seem
I
as
think the
restrictive.
amendment changes something.
Right,
relative
yeah,
to
the amendment,
original.
right, I'm sorry, it's page 2 of the amendment,
Yeah.
which I think is less restrictive.
Yeah.
The other thing I would point out is that, I can't remember whether this is true in the original bill, but certainly in the amendment, the business would only be allowed up to 50% of its expenses. So what you're really looking at is, 2 businesses spending $2.5 million. I think
Yeah.
they could probably do it cheaper
Well,
than that
spending 5 million.
over
but
2 years.
getting
But getting
2.5
2.5 back,
from
right,
us.
right.
Yeah, we're never going to solve the problem if it's going to cost us 2.5 per child care center of 12.
No, but as someone else said, getting 12 more seats or 24 more seats or whatever we can get out of this it's not solving the problem, but it is moving in the right direction.
Well, maybe it sets the basis for moving forward,
Mhm.
Or inspires other businesses.
Yeah.
Did you have to put in the?
Yeah, they're working on it as we speak. They're going to email it to us.
Okay.
I should have had him email it to Jen because I'm having trouble getting email down in this basement.
Are they emailing it just to Representative Murphy or? Okay. Do you get it on your phone? Or at least that way you'll know whether it's there or not.
Could I ask if you've modified the section that says the first person gets the first slot?
Where is that?
Well, it was in the original one. There was something about, we'll take them in the order that they arrived, the proposals in the order they arrived in. I can't remember where it was now. Oh, yeah, applications are to be processed by the commissioner in the order received. That's section Roman 6 in the original. And it's still there. So it sounds like if the first two each want a $5 million on childcare center, then nobody else can apply. Well, other people can apply and they get preference in the next fiscal year. But it'd take a long time to get to the bottom of the list.
Good.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I do have to leave. I wasn't expecting it.
Huh.
I do support the bill.
Okay.
I know, I can't vote against it.
It also means that automatically, whether it's a good or a bad application,
No, it says later on.
that the commissioner can change the order.
Yeah, the Department of, the DRA can approve or deny the application for a credit under this section within 60 days of receipt.
Oh, yeah, that's Roman 7.
Yes. And this really doesn't start till 2027.
Yeah. Exactly when we're gonna crash. That also bothers me.
Well, let's hope not.
Well, all the bills that we've been approving that cost money. Don't help. I know where each one goes.
Mr. Chairman, we're getting an opinion from Nate on whether we, if we do a committee amendment, what does that look like? Like, how do you actually do one in committee? Because that might be faster. I can get email, I'm watching it, but they haven't sent it yet.
I'm not sure. Do you know what a committee amendment is? So we still have to go through the same process. We still have to, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, and their process includes, I think, 3 separate people looking at something. Even if it's really simple. And 3 separate people looking at it didn't get this.
Did you talk to someone or you just submitted it?
No, I talked to them.
Okay,
Yeah, so they're making the change on a verbal request as a committee amendment.
okay.
And Nate just said that we can we have the ability to manually cross this out on our copies of the amendment, vote on it, and then have OLS catch up, like with the corrected in the proper RSA format. So that's what I just heard.
Can I ask, did they give you an amendment number yet?
That's it, yeah. No,
Yeah,
it's a
we don't-
typo.
We don't have an amendment number.
If you have an amendment number, then we could kind of,
Yeah, it's the 0646H.
No, that's the current one. He's
Oh,
referring
so,
to-
oh, I see
so
what
we
you're
have-
saying. Yeah, from them, no, I don't. No, sorry.
because procedurally, we'll have to withdraw your
Okay,
amendment, and then we'll have to vote on
new
accepting a new
one.
amendment. And if we have the number of the amendment, we can get
let's
the
go
debate.
get one. All right, we'll be right back then. Let's go get one.
It's a little late, but I'd like to recommend that everybody who gets something from drafting until our current drafters have more experience, read every single word.
Yeah,
Yeah, good advice.
yeah, that's good advice. When you get an amendment, look it over, because, I mean, they are very busy and
And they're very new.
new. And to avoid and so for March 2nd, if an amendment's coming over for something, yeah, just make sure it says exactly what makes sense.
Mr. Chairman, could we do a procedural motion to withdraw the current amendment and clear the deck for a new one?
Sure. Representative Murphy, would you like to withdraw your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to withdraw Amendment 2026-0646H on HB 1433 FN.
Does the second have to be withdrawn as well, I believe? Yeah, okay.
Happily withdraw.
All right.
Show of hands.
All in favor? Okay. Unanimous, 17. Oh, no, 16 now. We lost Representative
16-0.
Southworth, 16. Why we lost 2? No, we had 17 before. 6. Yeah, we have 16. And I apologize to those who have a subcommittee meeting at 1. You may have to, you could. Actually, well, no, I don't know. I'm sorry, you can't. Because it's already been noticed that it's for this run. But what you can do is at 1 o'clock, make an announcement that it's being recessed to 1:30 or whatever you want. I just wish we knew I know they're working on it, but it's the status. Okay.
I suppose I should do my whipping question.
Your what?
Whipping question.
Oh, yeah, I did mine.
Well, if I had left an hour ago, I could have done what I needed to do.
Annie sent me a message to make sure I'm ready.
I like the other one better because I could always answer with stupid questions and they wouldn't know who it was.
Need some light reading. I just printed you a fresh one of those
Oh.
earlier today.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes.
I don't know yet. Still nothing? Hmm.
Included in the report.
I mean, Mary, is there an update?
Yes.
It's coming? Okay, okay.
Ms. Ramsey, do you know?
All right, we should have the printed amendment very shortly. Okay, you all should now have the updated amendment. And the only thing that it's just, no, it's page one. Page one, line one is all that was just changed. Just change section 1 to section 2. Is there any further discussion on this?
Don't we-
amendment? Oh, no, I'm sorry.
we need
have
a
to-
motion?
We need a motion. Representative
So-
Murphy, would you like to make a further amendment?
Yes.
Motion, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend HB 1433 FN with Amendment 2026-0828H. We took that
No,
out.
we
We
already
withdrew
undid
the-
it. We undid it. We did.
And
We
I'll,
did undo it.
Representative
I'll second
Opal
it.
seconds.
Thank you.
Representative Opal seconds. You can-
Oh,
Would you like to, what's that?
no, we voted to undo. I
We voted
withdrew.
to undo it.
She withdrew and I withdrew and we all raised our hands. That was
Right.
the amendment.
Amendment.
So the bill's still.
Bill is still active. Representative Murphy, would you like to tell us what changed?
Yeah, just the section that's being replaced, and I apologize.
Line 1, page 1, section 1 replaced with section 2. Okay, any other?
Just Miss Murphy said she would treat us to lunch afterwards.
I think the subcommittee has to get started, unfortunately. Okay, anything else? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk.
Show of hands.
Representative Opal, your light is on, but okay.
You want to show of hands on the amendment?
Clerk to call the roll. Okay, yeah, we can do a show of hands on the amendment. All in favor? Okay, it's everyone, so it's 16-0.
0.
And then I'll ask clerk to call the roll on the OTPA motion.
Okay. So we've adopted the amendment. We should have another motion to OTPA.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
So
Yeah,
Murphy.
Oh,
So Murphy has to move OTPA and then we get a second and then we.
okay, so you move, Representative Murphy moves OTPA.
I move OTPA, yep.
Representative Opal seconds it.
Thank you.
It said Opal. Oh. Oh, well, it's up to you guys if you want to switch it.
Okay, we are voting on House Bill 1433 as amended by 0828H. The vote is ought to pass as amended. Representative Ulrey.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Mattson. Representative
Yes.
Bree.
Yes.
Representative Suter.
Yes.
Representative Mary Ford.
Yes.
Representative Mary Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
Yes.
Representative Southworth is absent. Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schomburg.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Opal.
Aye.
Representative Spar.
Yes.
Chairman Janigian.
Yes.
16-0.
So the vote being 16-0, the OTPA motion passes. And is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, this will go on the consent calendar. And Representative Murphy will write the majority report. I'll close the executive session on HB 1433. And with that, we have finished our business for today. The next meeting will be on Monday, March 2nd. And also, as I said, please reserve Wednesday, March 4th as well. And I don't have the schedule of what we'll be doing yet, but there will be 7 bills left. There's 12 as of this morning. We just dispatched 5. There'll be 7 bills left. 2 of them are the work session bills, 5 of them are new, second committee bills. If there's no questions, I will close our meeting today and wish you all well, it's a little early for a good weekend because we're meeting tomorrow, but in the House session. All right.
Any
And-
free food tomorrow?
And I apologize to the work session, I mean the subcommittee. Yeah.
For anybody in the room who's here for the subcommittee on 1420, going to recess that right now and reconvene at 1:45. Yes, half an hour. We're going to take a break. Thank you. time being 1:47. It's been, we've been here since, I got to be able to read the clock. Okay, time being 1:47. Thank you. We'll reconvene this, reopen the hearing, subcommittee meeting on HB 1420. And thank you for your patience and accommodating our schedule here today. Appreciate it. So since we last met, there have been several documents entered here. Appreciate Mr. McQuaid's finding these bills from Illinois and Kansas. Yeah. That very helpful. Seems like there's something going on out there in the world. So we're on to something. Have these been passed, or are they just they're okay? They've just been introduced. Okay. So Representative Schamberg has submitted some thoughts on his opinion on this, and I think he passed them out too. Do you want to go through it, Representative?
Well, I might want to go through it, but I was doing more thinking.
Okay.
Even this has, as the DRA, Jennifer said, there's administrative.
Right there. Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. Mhm.
You're looking at all this, and I call this an optional fault. All right. Instead of anything that I proposed here or what we heard. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that what that means?
Yeah.
Push the button? Instead of anything that maybe even I presented here or what we heard that people would like to see, I said to myself, there's got to be maybe even an easier way. And that would be convert the credit to a deduction for local advertising, just like a regular business expense. No caps, no refundability, just a straight deduction. And what it does, we remain neutral. We're not picking winners or losers. We're not getting into these definitions about radio or TV or blogs or anything like this. There's a minimal administrative burden that's put on both parties, DRA and the companies that might be
The media companies.
right.
Yep.
It's a lower constitutional risk among our tax options. People may be challenging some of those things if we just limit it to certain groups that can advertise. And as a tax deduction, it's familiar to business taxpayers. This is simple. It's a tax deduction, like their regular expenses. So the more I thought about what I had presented here, I said, there's got to be some easier ways. So this is, I thought, the easiest that we could maybe recommend back.
Observation.
Yeah.
I don't,
Representative.
I guess my question is, any business that advertises can already deduct.
Right.
So they're going to deduct it on their, on their federal income tax. I would assume they're going to deduct it against their BPT or their BET liability. So I guess what I don't see is if my company is advertising, I'm already deducting advertising expenses. What do we?
See, I don't know how advertisers. I don't understand the newspaper business itself, but I do understand that. Ray, can you help me out here? When people come in, they want to advertise. And
Can you identify and come up to the microphone?
Yeah.
Thank you.
push that button, that's what Bill told me.
Okay.
Now who's the old guy? I'm Ray Carbone. I've been a freelance journalist in the state for almost 30 years now. I couldn't help you, Tom, in terms of saying how that works out in terms of taxes. I don't know anything about that.
I know this, all right?
Yep.
If you have a company and you buy an ad in the Union Leader or an ad on GIR or an ad on MUR, that is a business expense that is totally deductible. It's deductible from your federal taxes. It's deductible against your business liability in the state of New Hampshire. It is 100% deduct. You just take it off the top in terms of as a business expense. So we're not doing anything.
What about a private individual? that would
Well,
advertise?
No income tax.
There's, yeah,
As a private individual, it's a business deduction. So it is, advertising is considered a business expense, which is 100% deductible. If you're a private individual, no, you're not a business, so you can't deduct it.
Right.
You could create a business and say, I'm Tom Schamberg Incorporated,
Right.
and,
And you'd have to have then an EIN number
have
and
to get an
all that
EIN
other stuff.
number, you'd
So
have to
you've
register
got to,
with the
you'd have to
state.
set yourself up to be
Sure.
recognized federally or
I
in
mean,
tax. Yeah.
I have a consulting business.
Right.
And I register with the state, with the Secretary of State, do all of that. Unfortunately, I never get to BET or BPT liability. I would love to, but, but if I were to advertise, if I were to go to the Union Leader and talk to Brendan and say, hey, I want to take out a full-page ad, promoting my company, I could deduct that against whatever profit I
Yes,
have.
that has gone on since
Yeah.
the dawn of time.
That's, so there's
So that's
no.
it's a
so just
standard
making it-
business deduction. It's no different than any other business, qualified business deduction that you take to operate your business.
So just making a deduction
Okay.
isn't gonna
Yeah.
change anything. It's,
I hadn't thought it out the way.
yeah, no.
So you get a double bonus here. I mean, if
Right.
somebody's advertising already and you take that, see, that would only be on the federal level. In New Hampshire, since we have we don't have that sort of structure, as I understand it then, that would be against your business profits or business enterprise tax.
Right.
And you would have an advantage there. And you could advertise anywhere you wanted.
Well, certainly you can advertise anywhere you want now.
Yeah, right.
And,
yeah,
and you can deduct it, you can deduct it as a business expense. If we created this additional.
Right.
Credit.
Right.
That says if you advertise with a certain group of qualified media, and then we'd have to determine what the qualified media is.
And that was
I had-
spelled out, and I like the Kansas bill.
Yeah,
It spelled all that out, really.
I
Ooh.
didn't, I
Yeah.
didn't look at the,
Yeah,
was
Mr.
that the-
Chairman,
Yeah.
If I may.
Yeah.
I think the Kansas bill is a decent starting point for some of the objectives that we have. In particular, it defines the eligible small business, which I think is important for us to think about.
Right.
And it provides some basic terms in there. So I think the talk about a deduction is probably not going to be relevant here because we have no state income tax to deduct against for individuals. We have a corporate deductions anyway. So I think we're looking at a tax credit in anything we might recommend.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, to get to the simplification, which I really love, my friend Mr. Schomburg's thought process on this, is I think we have a fairly simple set of definitions here. And what I'd recommend is let's go through these definitions one at a time and see if they apply to New Hampshire.
That's a good idea. I'm sorry, Mr. Carbone, we just walked away from your, do you have you said everything did we answer you asked, Representative, you asked it.
He knows more about the newspaper.
Okay.
Okay.
I have told advertising, but I've never been on it.
Okay.
Never owned.
Didn't mean to interrupt you or be rude or ignore you. Thank you for coming in. Okay. Yes, Mr. Representative Ohm, sorry.
Bill.
Oh, Tom. Oh, okay. You want to do that? You want to?
Yeah, I'd like to, and I think.
What page are you on?
This is the,
John Bill. Yeah, this is the handout
Yes.
set.
Can I get a copy of that? Is that helpful?
I don't,
That'd be good.
yeah,
Yeah,
that'll be quicker.
yeah. I'm sure Mr. McQuaid could send you a copy if
Yeah.
you did. the
I,
rest of
I only
this.
made a copy for him, and I know that they were sent to all the members of the committee, so.
And I wonder if Mr. McQuaid might come before us as we go through this line by line, since you had suggested this to us, and help us think through the thought process here, whether it fundamentally makes sense, and if so, whether it makes sense specifically for New Hampshire.
That's a terrific idea. Thank you, Representative Ohm, for summing that up and moving us forward. Thank you. So, you want to talk a little bit about the Kansas bill? This has real meat to it. This is really,
It's crisp.
yeah, it's
I like
substantive,
it.
yeah,
It's,
and, yeah.
Like Schamberg would say, it's simple. So my suggestion then is to start at the back of the bill, where it talks about the definitions.
Yeah,
and Then
from
we
the
can go
bottom
back
up,
forward
yeah.
to see what kind
Yeah.
of compensation might be appropriate.
Okay, did you want me to just?
Yeah,
through
go
that?
ahead, yeah.
Okay, so eligible small business means any entity that employs individuals in Kansas, or in this case, New Hampshire, where the average number of full-time employees employed by such entity during such taxable year was less than 50.
Okay, I'm sorry, so what line,
So that's,
Page two,
Yeah.
line.
Page two.
3 and 4 and 5.
So does that concept seem sensible?
Well, let me ask you, if I may, can we ask questions as we
sure,
go?
yeah,
All
right, this is, we're
Brendan,
going back and
how-
forth.
How many employees, how many people does the union leader employ? Just out of-
we employ, our full-time equivalent is like 110 currently. And I would put that language in there, because that's a industry standard, full-time equivalent.
FTE.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you,
FTE.
do you, based on your presidency of the Press
Yep.
Association? So, in this definition, the union leader would be excluded.
We'd be excluded as an advertiser. This is defining which entities
oh,
can
right.
get this tax
get-
credit as an advertiser.
Got it.
And
Yeah,
given New Hampshire tends to have smaller businesses.
Yes.
I would,
Yeah,
I would, yeah, I would
We
suggest
we already determined in it with a different bill, 97% of the businesses in New Hampshire employ 20 or fewer people.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
it
probably a
is,
good
well-
starting place for this bill if
So-
it was going to be amended to
Sure.
match
So-
New Hampshire.
continue.
All right. Local news organization means an entity that A, engages professionals to create, edit, produce, and distribute original content concerning matters of public interest through reporting activities, including conducting interviews, observing current events, or analyzing documents or other information.
So my concern about that language is whether, for example, Representative Malloy and I talked about this earlier today. A million years ago, when I was reporting for UPI, one of the first things that I would do every morning when I came in to open the bureau at 6 o'clock was read the union leader and steal items from the union leader, which was a client of UPI at the time,
Right.
and reproduce those for a radio broadcast. My friend Jack Edwards used to be the guy who ripped the wire in the early news at GIR and would read that. Sometimes he'd rewrite it, but mainly he would read it. Honestly, my sense, and I'm not, as I told Representative Malloy, I'm not really interested in giving a whole bunch of money to iHeartRadio. But if there is a radio station, even if it's a member of iHeart, that is actually broadcasting, at least something of New Hampshire news or local news, they may not have a reporter. Most radio stations don't these days. But the opportunity for, I guess I'm thinking again of the audience, right? The consumer of news. and we have too many people who have no, or fewer outlets, I shouldn't say no, but fewer outlets in order to, in order to get any information. And so I would say a radio station that committed to, I would change this to say a radio station or broadcast outlet that committed to provide some sort of news, local news, New Hampshire news broadcast.
If I may interject,
Yes.
we talk
Go ahead.
about other media down at the bottom as you get through the list.
Right.
So maybe we can
Yeah,
defer that
yeah, let's,
conversation.
yeah.
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
I did consider that as I was going through these. The issue there, I think it gets a little bit squirrely because you could have, let's say, a hospital that puts a news feed on their website and says, well, we broadcast local news because they, pulled a feed from somewhere. I think you have to cut it off at some point. And if there was a radio station that was sending reporters out, great. If they're even producing local content, great. I think that you have to sort of draw the line somewhere, and this is one way to draw the line. Go ahead.
Well, does 3B, I mean, 3B, it would seem to me, if we meets membership requirements of the Kansas Press Association or Kansas Broadcast Association, change Kansas to New Hampshire, and the hospital is obviously not going to be.
Yeah, so it seemed this part was a little unclear because it doesn't have an and/or statement. I'm presuming this was meant to be an and.
Yeah, I think so.
So they
That's
need to
good.
do this,
That's a
and they
good
need to
catch,
meet the
yeah.
requirements,
Yeah.
and they need to, meet the, they can meet either the requirements of the Press Association or the Broadcasters Association.
Representative Ohm?
So the first of many hurdles then is this definition under 3A. Is this an appropriate first hurdle with other hurdles to come after that to qualify? So is this properly written as a big starting point to look at further clarifications? Professionals to create, edit, produce, distribute original content. That sounds pretty good. Of public interest, reporting activities, and interviews, current events, and documents. To me, that looks like a pretty good definition of a origination statement of journalism.
And I think it stays within the intent of the original bill to get local. We have, you think about the original bill and what I think what some of the goals were in there, and this kind of keeps that in place.
And per the discussion that we had with the broadcasters
Yeah.
at the last session, the broadcasters pointed out that Greg in the Morning Buzz, right? They have Mr. Kelly who's just doing, or he's doing a lot of news. And that, I think, would, observing current events, analyzing documents, other information.
Yeah.
He may not be a reporter out on the street, but he's a professional that's creating, editing, and producing that news. And so he would meet that definition, even though, you maybe wouldn't necessarily put him in the reporter category or even the editor category. But he is a journalist producing local news.
Okay.
Thoughts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, all right. And I mean,
Yeah.
the other thing is, nothing we recommend, nothing we pass is going to be perfect. and-
Well, it's not going to, and
Yeah, so-
this, even if it comes out of here, it's going to go to the Senate. So,
Right.
we don't know
God knows what the other chamber will do.
We can say Senate in this room, otherwise we have to say the
other
other
body.
body, yeah. But we can, this is, okay. Mr. Owen? Yeah,
Okay, so it
Representative.
looks reasonable as a starting point.
Yeah,
So B, I think we can make an edit here. It's membership of the
instead
we
of
do the-
Kansas, we take out.
New England or New Hampshire?
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire Press
Okay.
Association.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you represent both organizations.
No, I only represent New Hampshire. We're
You
members.
participate, you're
of
member
The
of
New
press,
Hampshire.
the press
So
association.
we'll edit B as a draft here.
So we
New
should,
Hampshire
should,
Press Association.
and should we put in then that specific organization, the New Hampshire?
So yeah, so it's the New Hampshire Press Association, or in this case, it would also be, or the New Hampshire Association of Broadcasters.
Right. And if I may, Mr. McQuaid, are only the Press Association membership, is that only print?
No, no.
So that could include broadcasters as well.
We have
Yeah.
print, radio,
Mhm.
TV, and web.
That's what I thought.
Social media too.
Social media, I mean, most members have social media, but I
It's an
mean,
extension of what they're already doing.
Meta or Google aren't
Yeah,
members.
yeah.
What about like In-Depth New Hampshire and?
They're members, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
members, Inklink and, I mean, a ton of small
New Hampshire
outlets.
Bulletin,
New
New
Hampshire
Hampshire
Bulletin, a whole
Journal.
bunch of-
Yep.
So it covers all the
So
people
that's
that
good.
we
So
are-
this from B2, well, B eligible, yeah.
So one more question.
Yeah.
You mentioned this, Mr. McQuaid. Should our version of 3A end in and B meets the?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
these
believe
are all
so.
ands, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
so you've got to meet 3A and 3B. Okay.
So now okay, this was really terrific stuff.
Yeah, this is incredibly helpful.
So, this is going to be a real strange twist on this. And I just want to run this by you, get it out there and get it out of my head. I've been on both sides of this desk. I've run radio stations. I've been at news. I've sold advertising. I've done it all. What is this something that you see as a? I'm running a radio station. So, well, hey, we have a reporter here, and we're doing this stuff, so you can advertise with us and get whatever. Is that a pitch that would come back around to? How do you feel about that pitch?
I think that's a pretty solid pitch
Okay.
if you're going down to the local pizza parlor and
Okay.
you trying to sell some ads, because they're always looking for what they can do to defray their costs,
Okay.
right? Because they're probably advertising right now on Facebook and those
Okay.
places, and you don't get anything back for those.
I'm done with that. That's fine with me. I just needed to hear it come out of my head so that it can disappear. Next, so the next up then is we have to figure out what we want to do as a state in terms of recognizing a tax credit.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
yeah.
I'd like to go through the rest of these individual line items.
Okay.
So I'd like to break down, who do we want to help? And after that's kind of consensus, then how do we want to help them? So I'd like to still focus on who do we want to help, get that definition as tight as we can.
Okay.
And then get into the mechanisms of that help. after
Okay.
The second part.
Yep.
So in that case, I'd like to go through the line items here on the,
Sure.
continue to go through the line items on the Kansas bill.
Okay.
So we talked about line 11 and 12 is how it would clarify that as a continuing secondary hurdle to get through. And then we have lines 13 and 14. Qualified local news organization advertising, what does that mean? And does it mean the things we want it to mean?
Well, I'm assuming that means the qualified local news organization advertising is what in fact we are incentivizing. If you advertise with a qualified local news organization as defined in paragraph 3A and B, you can then qualify for the tax credit.
That sound reasonable?
Yeah, that sounds, yeah. Mhm, mhm.
Then we got lines 15 and 16.
Yeah.
Well, I just, I was reading ahead, but if you want to.
Okay, we'll continue on. Go ahead, yeah.
Wanted to comment, because you talked about the guy in Greg in the morning who does the news. Okay.
Want to grab a chair?
Would you come up to
You
them?
can grab a chair and.
You sit, yeah,
share
sit
the
right
mic.
over here at the end of the table.
Yeah,
Yeah,
take
that
care.
works, yeah, so you can both,
You're good.
yeah, yeah.
Just push the
With the button, okay.
I'm wondering, does an advertiser get to advertise, whatever the benefit is, on just advertising on the show? Or does he have to specifically be an advertiser who's sponsoring the news portion?
Or you have a run of scheduled spots that run throughout the day, or, yeah, good catch.
Yeah, the way it's currently written, I think it can be any advertising with that venue. So
Okay.
if you're a radio station, yeah, it could be.
And I think that's the way in the world today, you probably need to work that too. Yeah.
Yeah. my
Run a
guess-
schedule.
My guess is most people are going ROS.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of it, yeah.
And I mean, the point is, you don't get the break unless you advertise with a media entity that meets 3A and B.
There you go, that qualified.
And so whether you're advertising as a sponsor of the news portion of the radio show,
Yep.
or
Good.
you're just advertising with
comment.
the radio
Good.
station that does it,
Yep.
really is irrelevant.
Good catch, yeah. Okay.
So
And
we
I,
go-
I do have a comment on 4A.
line,
I-
maybe we should go by the line numbers. 'cause
Sure,
I'm
line
jumbled up here.
15.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think to me, is unclear. Advertising with a product, service, or other offering that is fully owned and operated makes it sound like the product or service has to be owned by the media entity. I think you could simply change it to advertising with a product, service, or other offering with a fully owned and operated local news
Oh.
organization.
I think I know what they're getting at here. And what I believe they're getting at here is a lot of local organizations resell products from other parties. So like we resell at the Union Leader, we resell ZipRecruiter as part of our package if you want to do employment ads. Now, I think what this is trying to say is you can only advertise in the newspaper or on the newspaper's website or on the radio station or the radio station's website. You can't spend this money on those other products. Yeah.
Yes, because that's another pitch that could be made to a potential advertiser. Say you buy the radio station, you're gonna get all this other stuff too.
Right. You just spend the money with us.
Yeah,
But then the money's really going out of state.
So I hear you. But as a former English major and teacher, I don't think that's what that says.
Well,
That sounds like,
I believe that's the intention of the language. I think it could be better language.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Do we have better language?
Do you have a thought, Representative?
well, I'm trying to determine, and I see what you're saying, Mr. McQuaid.
Maybe this captures it. Because it now that he said this, advertising with product or service or other offering that is fully owned and operated by a local news organization. You don't own ZipRecruiter. You don't own, you only own your operation. So, yes, Jennifer.
I think if you change with to through the second word in that, maybe it gets to what you're trying to do.
Advertising through a product, service, or other offering?
Yeah. Or on.
Or via.
Yeah. Something like that, because I understand what you're saying. The with makes it sound like it's the product that you're advertising. So
I'm lost here.
if
I'm
you
not
said
quite sure.
advertising on a product, service, or offering that is fully owned and operated,
through a
or
product.
advertising carried by.
Yeah, this
The,
product thing is word is weird to me.
You could take out product.
Yeah.
How about advertising through use of a product?
When I think of product, I think of something, a microphone, a car, or something. I don't think of the.
Well, you could say advertising product.
So,
Yes, the English
so
major
let
for
me
that.
ask you this. Suppose we simply struck that paragraph A. Does that really, I mean,
I think you get back to the problem of this being used for,
Yeah.
meta, because
I think
someone
we need to keep
resells
this.
that.
Yeah, I think this is so advertising with a.
well, are we trying to, I guess what I'm wrestling with, and I hear what you're saying about ZipRecruiter and the Union Leader, but it seems like 4A belongs more in the definition of a local news organization.
Well, this is trying to define
It is.
the advertising. And so what kind of advertising are we talking about? Are we talking about buying Google ads through a local news organization? Or are we talking about buying time on the radio station? So I think the paragraph is important, but I think the clarity,
Okay, all right.
yeah, the clarity could be gotten by just striking product, service, or other, and you just say with an offering that is fully owned.
I see.
I'm
comfortable with that.
Yeah, that
Okay,
would-
so
that would
advertising with a,
stop the confusion about what products are we advertising.
yeah, what are we really talking about?
So your edit, Mr. McQuaid, on that would be advertising with,
With an offering that is fully owned and operated by the
Yeah.
local, right?
okay. That, I think, helps. Now, talking through it, I understand it better now. Okay. Representative Holm, good?
I like it.
Okay.
17 and
continue?
18, what do we think
Okay.
about those? 17, 18, 19. This is where we get to the broadcast.
Yeah.
Media.
Oh, yeah, the word underwriting, I like that. That captures the nonprofit,
Right.
media.
Yeah.
Yeah, corporate sponsors, all that sort of thing, yeah, okay.
Well, and that, so that would help, for instance, NHPR.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Because you could do your.
All inclusive here.
It's not advertising, it's underwriting. but it's on
I,
the- Yeah.
believe me, I understand.
It's on the
difference.
spectrum. I don't know if
It's on
there is a
the
way to include like in-depth NH in the underwriting category.
What about advertising? What if you put in the word non-commercial or nonprofit or, because those are, would that capture?
I think that's going to be a red herring, you know, just politically.
Okay, okay, I hear you, I understand, okay.
Yeah.
We'll stay with underwriting.
Well,
'Cause-
no, what I'm saying is this limits the underwriting to just broadcast.
Oh, that's right.
So if I had it my way, I would put in a C, which is advertising or underwriting on any locally owned nonprofit news website or newspaper.
So that'd be an additional.
Yeah.
An additional.
4C.
Yeah.
I like that, actually.
Line 19A.
So advertising or underwriting on any locally owned nonprofit, and you had.
Nonprofit website or newspaper. I think that
Yeah.
covers everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think that would be,
Because you've got broadcasters in the previous paragraph, so.
okay.
So newspaper or website.
Yeah, but it covers the nonprofits, which has been the way of a lot of local news. Has
Yes.
been transitioned.
Right.
Right.
And I think all of them have a website. That would eliminate like the Substacks and
Right.
They can put this stuff on their own locally managed, locally edited, locally controlled website.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yes.
I would think.
Oh, yeah.
When they'd already have to meet those other criteria
d-
above anyway.
Yes, it has to be an extension of their service and owned and operated and run non-commercially. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I think we've
Representative.
tightened up the definition
Yep.
pretty well.
Yep.
So now we want to pressure test this.
Okay.
Does it really cover the people we want to cover? And does it exclude the people we want to exclude? How would,
Does
how
it
would,
remove the statutory definitions that were in here and get it more to transactional, I think is what we're doing here. Transactional-based criteria. Is what the Kansas bill have, is it more to the transactional end of things, would you say?
Yeah, I think it's more based on the transaction and it, something that we had talked about last time, the Department of Revenue was concerned because there were a lot of onus put on
Right.
them
To-
to
for them to
manage
mon-
this.
yeah,
And I don't know if
spend
they
the
want
money,
to
you take
speak,
the
but
credit.
yeah, I would say this is essentially a self-certification. right?
Yes.
The people who would claim this credit would be self-certifying that what they did complies. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the enforcement.
And it is up to, so there's some honor code here. Some,
Well, as-
yeah.
in
Well,
all
we have to have some
taxes.
enforcement as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And perhaps the area of standard enforcement language.
And
Well,
that's on the
that's-
first page.
Yeah, we're going back
page-
to, now we're
on
back
page-
to, the-
On
We're
page
done with-
one,
Let me reset. So
okay. yeah.
are we covering the right people and are we not covering the wrong people? I mean, it looks
So
pretty
do-
good to
are-
me. I just have to ask the question.
Yeah, well, that's a good question. Are we getting to the original intent of people who presented the bill. Does it cover them? Does it, or in their opinion, would it cover their,
They did modify that when they suggested they had an amendment, they would include other organizations.
yeah,
Instead of strictly just
Right.
the print newspaper.
yeah, okay, okay.
So I think it goes back to your question, Bill. I think this here has, I wouldn't say expanded their concept, but added, added more definition.
I think this is a replace all. It just.
I would say so,
It just
yeah.
gets
This
rid
is-
of all the.
Yeah, this is gonna be a replace all
let's get
kind of bill.
Simple,
Yeah,
straight,
yeah,
replace all.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I think
Get a
then
Schomburg
broadcasters would
kind
even
of
be
bill that you
happy
can
with that
understand.
approach.
Well, then, do we want to go back through page 1 of the Kansas bill?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we could go
Right.
back to the top
Thank
of that and take a look at it. We may have this thing pretty
We have a ghostwriter here with Kansas.
solid. Yeah, pretty solid. I really, boy, I tell you, when it comes to this kind of stuff, now, I wouldn't say this is, you don't want to, you don't always have to reinvent the wheel here. So this has been very, very helpful. Thank you. Okay, so,
Take it from the top. Let's go to lines on,
go
I'll
ahead.
go to line numbers like it's one of our bills.
Yeah, yeah.
Lines 6 through 9.
I like the
What are the
3-year.
taxable years?
Yeah, I
Yep.
like the 3-year, let's sunset it and see if it's working, see if it's doing what we want.
I'm good with that.
But we don't have we have to change that.
Yeah, well, takes Kansas, right?
It's kind of like, against a tax liability imposed under
Yeah, and we don't have to define tax liability, it's our tax code, so that's.
under
Well,
New
can we-
Hampshire
Can we
tax
ask
law.
DRA,
Yeah.
what would be the,
chair here, Jennifer. Or you can take a microphone on the
Yeah.
other side and spread yourself out.
She just automatically runs up to that chair and just knows how to work it.
she knows it's not her first rodeo.
Yeah, that's right. Okay,
It-
yeah.
So at this point, I would suggest that you consider putting all of this under 77A5, 17, or I think it's 18.
Replace all under
Yeah,
RSA
so
77.
this whole
A5.
bill would create new,
What is that again, Jennifer?
sorry? 77-A:5, XV3Is, 18. Which would start something
there it
like,
is. All right. Damn computers.
I didn't catch the last.
RSA 77,
:5 dash,
no, comma,
comma.
Roman 18, XV triple I. Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
18.
yep.
XV, yeah.
Yep.
That's from Latin.
And just to make it fit within that statute, you would want to start with something like, there shall be allowed a local advertising credit according to the following : and then continue with your criteria. So then your definitions could go at the end like they are in the Kansas bill. And your
Say that sentence again, there shall be.
there shall be allowed a local advertising credit according to the following : and then continue with your bill language. That gets it into the BPT statute. And then
Oh, okay.
with respect
Oh,
to
cool.
your section 1 language that you're looking at currently under the Kansas statute.
Yep,
I would just say under this chapter, because you're in the BPT chapter at that point.
Say that again, Jennifer. The definitions would be?
Nope, if you're looking at, if you go according to the following : and then 1 would be for taxable years, whatever you're going to say, there shall be allowed a credit against the tax liability imposed, I would say, by this chapter,
oh, okay.
because you're now
Imposed.
in the BPT
Oh,
chapter
oh, I see. Sure, okay.
for an eligible small business, and then whatever else you want to say about the credit, stick it all right there in the BPT chapter.
Okay, so now we just go through these numbers here and
See if they're right numbers.
make it accordingly. Wow. Well, you've made our lives easier. Both of you have, all three of you. Yeah, that's great. Okay, so let's continue on.
My
Yeah.
question was, for DRA's purposes, what tax year should we use?
Whichever ones you'd like. That's up to you all.
So
Which,
tax
which
year
one would be
should-
easiest to start with?
Well, on your,
Yes, ma'am.
from your
If you-
standpoint.
If you start with tax year 2027, then we have time to implement and educate and do change forms and the things we need to do.
That
Okay,
was,
so
that
20
was my
Yeah,
question.
2027 then through
I was just
2010.
Inarticulately asking.
Sounds good.
That would,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I am-
right.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
I had the same draft.
How do you go?
Well, if we're gonna do
Jeez,
3
Tony.
years,
Oh,
if we're gonna do 3 years, it'd be 27, 28, 29. Right?
Oh, that's right. Do 29.
Through,
We're only doing 3 years.
So it stays.
so 26 over 27,
And-
keep 29.
Okay.
We sunset it.
I'm just going to be quiet now for a while and you guys can talk quietly among yourselves and,
Anyway, we sunset it
yeah.
as of
Okay.
tax year beginning 2030, unless a future
See,
legislature chooses to.
I'm going to
I'm gonna
take a little personal privilege here because this eye is fixed and this eye is going to get fixed in 2 weeks. So I'm looking at, I have a great eye over here and I have a shot eye over here. So
So we're
reading,
sitting
I
on the
can't
right-
wear my glasses. I can't,
We're
it's,
sitting on the wrong side. is what you're saying,
yeah,
Representative
it's
Malloy?
just, anyway. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thanks for being recognized. It's quite a change from normal committee.
We're all friends. here. Okay, we want to make something happen here for people if we can make it happen. So, okay. The amount of next line then.
Yeah, 10 through 13.
Yeah.
What do we think about those numbers?
Which line?
10
Line
through
10.
13.
Yes, this is on the, on the hard copy, the Kansas numbers. Credits shall be 50% of qualified local news organization advertising expenditures for the first year. And eligible businesses earns a credit and 25%. I have to read this. Who wants to explain this?
So it's a 50% credit in the first year. So
Mhm.
if I spend $1,000, I get a $500 credit. In the second and future years, I only get a 25% credit. So if I spend $1,000, I only get
Yeah.
a $250 credit. I would think that let's make it easy and just make it a 25% credit or 30% credit for,
Make it flat and stay with it.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
I
As a- as
like
opposed
that.
to-
Yeah, flat just makes,
because if I'm a business, my reaction's, I get the 50% credit year one and then year two, it's like, what do you mean I only get 25?
It violates the Schamberg principle. You gotta keep it simple.
yeah.
Right.
Okay, so flatten that out. So, just want to do,
So what's it?
Credit equal to-
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Mr. McQuaid?
So Representative Perez's original bill was, I believe, 80% for all the years. I think the idea behind any of them is to try to get feet in the door. So per Representative Malloy's question of what's the pitch, is 50% is a pretty good pitch to
Yeah.
get people in the door.
gets you going.
Right. 25% might not be as good. And so maybe 50% the whole time.
Let's go for it.
Okay.
I'm good.
It can be changed. I mean, somebody might want to take that apart. and-
Somebody, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think I was gonna ask the question of Mr. McQuaid, what he thought was a reasonable
Yeah.
incentive, enough of an incentive. to
Probably
get a business to
200%,
say,
but
Yeah, okay, I'll drop a couple $1,000s on advertising this year.
The advertiser would pay half and they'd be able to claim half.
Because this is, yeah, that's also intent of the bill too, is to bring people in, to get people into the spending their money and all that. So that is a nice incentive.
Well, if I were selling ads for the Union Leader, I'd be going out to my best customers and saying,
I've got a
hey.
deal.
That's
got a
what I
deal for
just
you."
said. Yeah, that's right. I
Half
could,
price.
yep, they have, yeah.
Yeah. half
Okay.
price.
So we keep that,
Or,
we just,
or buy one, get one free,
Better.
right?
Good marketing.
the amount of the credit shall equal 50% of the qualified local news organization advertising expenditures, period.
Yep, period. Cut the second half.
Yeah.
So the next section,
50%, right?
Yeah,
yeah, 50%.
I'm sure that will be debated. But we'll,
Well,
we'll,
get something on the table.
yeah, we'll get something. That's right. We're getting something on the table today. That's right.
Simple and
Yeah,
understandable.
right.
Well, and I think we can make, to the full committee, I think we can make a reasonable explanation of why 50%, half off, buy one, get one
Yeah,
free. It's, it's easy to explain. It's,
And now you're a good customer of ours, so we're going to continue the deal.
yeah.
I'm sorry, my old commercial radio stuff comes out of me once in a while. That was a long time ago too, so. Okay, go ahead.
What's the number for the amount? Fifth lines
Oh,
14 through
yeah.
17.
Oh, now we have get into this formula thing.
So what's the most exposure we would have from a DRA standpoint? How many people would take this offer and how many of them are there?
I have no idea.
Good answer. Fair answer.
How much do you want to bust the budget of the state for, Mr. McQuaid?
Well, I mean, a good advertising salesperson could use up all of this credit.
Yeah,
There are some organizations in the state that are doing millions of dollars in advertising. So it would be pretty easy to reach. But when you're talking about the small businesses
Yes.
that you're trying to get in there, there's a significant amount of them, but they tend to spend less than the larger businesses. So the hope would be that this is a reasonable amount, I think, that no single taxpayer, so no single small business would be eligible for more than $5,000 in the first year. I would say the Schamberg principle again, keeping it simple.
Keep it.
Well, keep it. You could even do it at 2,500 for all 3 years, because that would still be a significant incentive for someone who's not advertising.
A small advertiser, yeah, that would make a difference, wouldn't it?
And that would help spread it around.
Yeah.
So in
Mhm.
your business, what's the sweet spot where you could kind of maximize new business, but not bleed the state to death with a
Yeah,
tax credit?
no, I do think 2,500, I mean, it's tough because there are so many different sizes of businesses. But I would say for us, 2,500 is currently nothing to sneeze at,
Right,
That's-
yeah,
That's advertising
yeah.
we're not getting now. And because that's per advertiser, we
Right.
could go after several of them.
Yes, that's right. So, yeah, Mr. Rizzo.
I'm sorry to step on your foot. I was
You're,
just gonna
go
say-
ahead.
I was just going to ask for comments from my colleagues. on
Oh,
that
okay.
number.
Well, the business cap you're looking at is 2,500 per year, or are we looking at the business
Per
cap?
year.
for the
Per year.
full
Per year.
I think that's annual.
I'm going for 3 years in this
Yeah,
program.
I think that's an annual, yeah, for every year of the program, yeah.
I think that 2,500
Okay.
makes sense. I think it will be an enticement for smaller businesses. If you're already spending $1 million in advertising, this
Well,
isn't gonna.
well, they're out of the,
We wanna get
at
small.
Right,
50
this isn't gonna
employees
change,
up to,
right.
yeah, we've already,
Okay, so we'll change number 2 there, lines 14 through 17 to $2,500
For each
Period.
taxable year.
each taxable year. right?
for each taxable year.
Okay, looks reasonable.
Shall be limited to a maximum amount of credit
2,500, yeah. Credit
of 2,500 for each taxable year.
Yeah.
For each instead of first, each taxable year.
Each taxable year, yes.
And then just take out the rest of that.
Take out the rest, yeah.
Okay, cool. Good.
we want-
Next,
do we-
18.
Carry forwards, do we want to have carry forwards on this? I'm not too interested in that, but I can be convinced otherwise.
10 years for this seems a
This is pretty
long time.
tiny stuff.
Yeah, I don't think we need
yeah.
carry forwards. I think
I-
this is a hit and run. I take out that section. On carry forwards.
Just not have any
Nope.
carry forward.
Use it or lose it. You got this year to spend your money on this
I
advertising.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Use
Use it or
yeah.
lose it.
Yeah, well,
My
Yeah.
only request would be if you want it to not have a carry forward, change the language to say the credit may not be carry forward and is not refundable, rather than have the bill be silent.
What's your language?
Unused credit may not be carried forward, and what was it?
And shall not be refundable.
Yeah,
And not
yeah,
refundable. Spend it now.
Makes perfect sense.
that is a little, that's an incentive too.
Yeah.
If you're gonna use this, yeah, you can really commit to this. Yeah, I like that.
And I'm gonna guess most of the small businesses that would be doing this are not in the habit of carrying. forward tax
Yeah,
credits
this is
for
a.
a decade.
They're struggling, as we
Yeah,
heard in
right, yeah,
testimony.
yeah, yeah.
You know,
They don't
like
wanna
to
deal
make
with
a
this.
profit.
Yeah.
Next section
ahead.
is.
Yep.
Certification. That they're
Oh, yeah, this
legitimate.
is where we get into,
Certification.
yeah.
Mr. McQuaid, any, oh, sorry. Yeah.
Just a question.
Yeah.
We'll have members on the committee that are going to ask, how much credit do you think this will affect the state? I mean,
Right.
and-
Well, that's DRA, and they said, I have
Because
no
in
idea.
their original bill, they had,
So,
what, 5 million as the top, I think?
Well, it was a credit of up
Up
to
to-
five, you take up to $5 million away from the state.
yes, excellent
Yeah.
point. So we should have a exposure to the state
Cap.
capped.
Yeah, well, we can take that language from the original bill and stick it in here.
Can-
Just say, you
Can
know,
I ask how that works? Because how do you know as a organization that's
Yeah, you can
trying
get
to
it or
do
not.
this?
Yeah, that's
How do
correct.
you know if anyone, because you don't know what anyone else has done.
You got the
First
pro
served,
right
you
there,
get
yep.
Prorated.
Right, so in programs where there is an aggregate cap, what we do is we create an application process. So this makes it more complicated. So we have to have an application process, and then we apply the cap, and if the total applications exceed the amount of the cap, so the credit's oversubscribed, then there are currently two choices in New Hampshire law. One is that credits are issued on a first-come, first-served basis, and the other is that they are prorated according to the whole population of credits. I'm sure there are other ways to do it, but those are the two ways in the existing
As
law.
long as you have it set up.
I like first come, first served. We want to
Yeah.
get this thing moving.
Yeah.
And I believe that's what's in the Illinois law, which
Yeah.
that law wasn't as clean, but I believe that's the language that they use if you wanted an example.
And we have that on other statutes.
And-
I like
First
the
come,
i-
first served until it's used up.
I like the idea of, there's some urgency to it. Hey,
Yeah.
I got a deal for you, but you got to take it this week or this month.
Jennifer has something else to say.
I was
can
just going to
tell.
say, I just provided the language that you would need in response to a senator's request, so I can just send it to you. In terms of there's 2 or 3 little short paragraphs about the application process and the deadline. The question that I have is for people who don't get in the door, if you're going to have, let's say, a $5 million cap, when we get to the end of the $5 million, do you want the year to just cut off? No more credit for that fiscal year?
Buy for
Or-
next January.
I'm sorry?
Buy your ads now for next January.
Right.
Right.
Or the other alternative is we do have some credits where the oversubscribers for, say, fiscal year 27 would then be first in the door for fiscal 28. Again, more complicated, but that we do have that in some of the credits. The other question is, the credit is going to apply on a fiscal year now. So there is going to be a delay
Oh,
between
sure.
when people
Okay.
can apply, get their credit. It may be that for some people, it's going to be the tax year after they spend the money that they're able to claim the credit on their return.
Well, then moving back up to the section, line 6, we start out 4 taxable years, 2027. Do we need to taxable fiscal?
Calendar.
Is there?
Well,
No,
because
so
people
the-
have different fiscal years.
Yeah.
The taxable year language would be correct there, but in the language I'll send you, you'll see that the credit applies on a fiscal year basis so that the state can budget.
I think we have to
From
be,
the state's fiscal year.
Correct.
yes.
But that doesn't apply to the taxpayer. The taxpayer would still, if it's a calendar year filer, which most of our BPT filers are, they would spend money in July on advertising. They could send us an application. That would fall in, if it was July of 27, that's actually in fiscal year 28. So they go into the
I get
fiscal
it.
year
I
28
get it.
mill, if you will.
right,
And then when I get up to $5 million for that fiscal year, then I would cut
get it.
people off. And if you want me to roll them into the next fiscal year, I could.
Okay.
It's when the cap would apply.
Correct.
I wouldn't, my thinking, sort of going along with your thought, Bill, is I wouldn't necessarily roll people into the next year. I would just shut it off. Because again, if I'm an advertising salesperson,
Better do it now.
you've got to do it now.
Time expiring.
It's, we
build
don't know when,
urgency,
we
that's
don't
right.
know when, and if you,
Yeah,
and if
that's
we,
fine,
if they
no.
shut it down, you're done for the year. You can, come back I'll come back next year, but,
Okay.
I
it
like it.
creates the urgency.
Yes.
The first come, first served piece, is that the date of the application?
Yes, so the language we use is process applications in the order received.
So is this all language that we need to put in this bill, or is this just how you operate?
No, this is, I'll send you a couple of paragraphs to include in the bill.
Okay,
That,
okay.
that make it clear that that's how we're supposed to operate.
Mr. Carboni?
My only thought about the first come, first serve is that it probably is gonna, to some extent, and maybe you don't agree with me, I think it would, to some extent, favor the bigger advertisers. So like the local pizza shop, this is a big decision for him. And he might not think about it in December or January. And whereas the guy who has a rep who works in his company who focuses on advertising, he'll be all ready and have all the paperwork ready.
Well,
And if part of the goal of this is to get smaller local businesses to advertise in their local newspaper, I could be wrong, but that's what my thought was.
yeah, I mean, my thinking is it actually might advantage the smaller businesses more because they can file their taxes faster. I mean, we're a larger business. It takes us months to
Yeah,
compile
right,
everything
yeah.
to file. So the application process is gonna go through, and we're probably gonna be later in line if we were in the situation. But I have not been in this position, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think the application process doesn't require you to have your return completed or nearly complete
Okay.
in order to file it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
You
you
just gotta
can
make
file
note.
for the credit when you spend it.
correct.
Okay. All right.
Cool.
So
So that leaves us with the big number. What's the
So
cap?
Dennis, does that sort of answer Ray's question here too? Does that seem to? Do you see it balanced with the approach, Ray?
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, because unlike Mr. McQuaid, I've basically worked as advertising salesman with small businesses. And my experience is those guys are always running around with, barely enough air to breathe in the room.
Yeah, I get it. We're going to be running out of time here because we're going to have to shut this off by, we have a caucus to get to.
At 3.
Okay.
3. So that could be something for the discussion point of a committee. If it gets over to the Senate, to be something can be
Sure.
dealt
Well,
with
it's
on a-
also, just quickly, it's also something that if in fact we see, it's only the big boys who are getting in on this.
Yeah.
We can always amend it in the
Yeah,
next legislative
yeah.
session and
Right.
say, hey, we gotta change this so that we can target it more.
These are amendable. Yeah. Okay,
The
good.
elephant in the room now is the amount of the cap.
The cap.
And we need to come up with a bipartisan number that's going to get through the House.
Well, 5 mil work for childcare.
What do you think, Bill? What do you think would work
Yeah. What do you
on your
think?
side of the aisle?
Maybe 50 cents.
Well, there
gonna be
are
tough.
people even on our side of the aisle would agree with 50
True.
cents
So
too.
we-
So it's,
So what would make a dent in your operation, Mr. McQuaid?
I think overall, an investment from the state of $5 million in all local journalism would be a significant investment.
Okay,
okay.
what can you live with?
That's, sounds,
Okay, I'm just going to say, if we reach too far, it's going to be ITL
yeah, you're right.
by the
So
full House. So we need to come up with something that's going to be,
you want to put,
2.5 million?
you want to put 3 out there? 2.5 to
Well,
3?
okay, now,
I had suggested 2 or 3 million annually.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
Somewhere- Is that too?
let's talk politically for a second.
Let's do it.
Any-
Yeah.
Any kind of a tax credit is going to be looking for some kind of way to fund that some other method. Like my favorite method for funding everything is the casino
Right.
stuff.
Yeah.
I've been spectacularly unsuccessful with that, but we can always try it again. I mean, if we say we need $5 million, well, maybe we say, as part of the VLT tax giveaways, we carve out 5 million from that process, like we become a charity for newspapers and other media, giving ourselves X days of charitable gaming revenue to be used to fund this program.
I have two problems with that. One, I'm already on record and I will continue to be on record. The VLT money should be going to the Education Trust Fund. That's what we told the people of New Hampshire in 1963.
Right.
And again in 1990. I don't think we should,
Yeah, that's
I'm not willing to go back.
that's a
on that.
litigation issue, so I don't want to go there.
I understand. So I would oppose it. I would oppose that for that reason. The other thing is, I'm not thrilled about tying this to casinos.
Give me something else.
Well, let me say this.
Where's the money coming from?
Well, if
Who's
we bring it down
property
to, if we bring it down to 2.5
What
million,
are the tobacco tax rates?
if
We
we,
could do that? I think that's plausible.
Go on, Dennis, what were you gonna say?
well, if we bring this down to 2.5 million, just and not worry about, we could, yeah, not worry about the funding of it. We could then see if this is going to work. To see if there's any activity out there. I mean, to get it passed, I know, understand that, but
Or if
Yeah.
we get a lot of pushback in committee, then maybe we come up with an amendment to find a funding source. But I can't support casinos.
Yeah, well, forget the casino.
forget, just
We
take that,
need
take a source.
politically, we need to have a funding source that's going to be swallowable by both parties. So we need to put our thinking head on. We don't have that answer right now, but I think in our report to the full committee, we should have some idea. I mean, I'm willing to throw in for a tobacco tax increase. What would 10 cents on tobacco tax raise, Jennifer?
22 cents, that's what.
Yeah, give me a
Cyril
number.
was
Cyril.
ready to go.
I'm going to have to go back and
20
look
yeah,
at that,
22
but I
cents.
don't have
Not
that
a
one in my
nice dollar
brain.
number. That's plausible, you know. Yeah.
This is a credit, right? We're still talking.
This is a credit,
it's
yeah,
credit, so
but
it's
it's,
cash.
it's
It's
cash
cash out
out
of
of
the
the
treasury.
Yeah, but
treasury, yeah.
As Representative Almy points out, a credit is just an appropriation that
Didn't go through finance committee, yeah.
Although mechanically it does operate differently. So this, the credit would just result in less BPT revenue.
Yeah, we understand all the mechanics.
Yeah,
which is an appropriation.
but if you were going to create a funding source like you suggested, Representative, what would that, where would the money go? I guess
Tobacco
is my
tax.
question.
We'd raise the tobacco tax.
No, no.
X.
But where would the money go into the general fund? Would it go split between the general
Uh,
fund and the ETF in the same proportion as the BPT goes in? That's what I was.
Recommendation.
I think depending upon the answer to that question, this may just be very circular is my, I guess, my point.
We can
Because
do a
you've got,
dedicated fund out of this tax credit. Might be easier to do a dedicated
if you
fund.
did a dedicated fund and this tax
Yeah,
credit
let's-
sort of becomes a grant
Yeah.
instead of a,
Okay,
then now you
got it.
really
We'll
need to
fund it in
spend the
a
money.
dedicated fund with this tax source going to the dedicated fund going in and money coming out through the bill that we are trying to help the. meeting with.
So that would turn this into more of a grant program then? Because right now it's just a tax credit, so it just means
Oh,
less
grant
revenue.
program, yeah.
And I don't want to upset you, Bill, what I'm gonna say next, all right? But when we reduced tax rates, we didn't worry about.
Yeah, let's not go there.
Yeah.
We're not
Yeah,
gonna go
we're-
there.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
We're out of
Credit-
time.
So,
we need a number and
BPT
a funding
liability
source.
would be the way to, and not worry about where the money's coming from.
No, it's not gonna fly.
It's not gonna
It's
fly.
not gonna fly. It's dead on arrival. We need a funding source that's plausible. I think the tobacco tax is plausible because everybody else is raising it. We've already threw it on the table. You know, there's a
so
little
we're adding into this
softness.
bill, we're increasing the tobacco tax 22%?
Can we wait
20.
and see what the reaction of the committee is? Not put it in the report, but have it in our back pocket as a, if funding sources become an issue, where you're gonna get the money? And I would go with the 2.5 million.
Stick with that for now?
I'm just telling
I,
you.
I,
guys.
Bi-
No,
Bill, I
Actually,
get, I
dead
get,
on
I
arrival,
get
we
what you're
don't have
saying.
a funding source.
So we won't even get a really decent hearing in the committee, is what you're saying.
I could
We can have the
certainly,
most decent hearing you want, and here's the answer.
Okay, I get it, yeah, I get it.
so
We have to come
Yeah,
up with a
yeah,
funding
okay.
source if it's gonna get.
Okay,
So conveniently, the tobacco tax and the business profits tax both split the same way to the general fund and the ETF. So I could provide you with a rate that would raise $2.5 million, and then you could decide what to do with
Okay.
that.
Fine.
Okay.
Do you have a ballpark right now or not?
I don't, I'm sorry.
Okay,
No problem.
that's good.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So you're getting that to, we're listening hard to you here, man. You know, we wanna,
Hey, we want to get things done, right?
I know, I get you. Some of
Some of us
we're,
like to talk, some of us want to get things done. So let's get things done.
that's what we do, try to do anyway, from time to time.
We got anything, because we got to go.
Yeah, we gotta go. So,
And I say some of us, I don't mean this group here, we like to
Yeah.
get things done.
yeah,
But there's,
yeah,
we have peers in the legislature
Yeah.
who like to
so
pontificate.
I would, if you don't mind, because we're under some time constraints here. Excuse me. I think we got the gist of this.
Yeah, I'll just say, I think the rest of the language works
Yeah, okay.
as written. The entities providing a form to a
Yep.
certification, that's all doable. And the penalties, that's obviously up to you guys, but. I'd
You
like
don't,
to
you
see
don't
it.
see any issues with the certification process of having the media member certify?
No,
Yeah,
I think we'd come up with a form
Good.
that
Okay.
anyone could grab and,
Yep.
yeah, certify them.
Actually, I'd like DRA to come up with that form, if that's okay.
Sure, oh, and
Save a
DRA,
lot of audit issues.
Yes, please.
So if I could provide you with a little rewrite of D that gets that form in there, and
Yes.
then EFG that would create the application process that we talked about, I can go back to the office and get you that. within
Terrific.
An hour.
thank you, okay.
Procedurally,
Now is, will she send it to you, Dennis, so that you would have something that maybe tomorrow you go over to LSR?
I think, send it to all of us, what you put together, send it to all of us, and I think tomorrow,
put us all as co-sponsors.
yeah, we'll put it all as co-sponsors, and we'll go over to, when we're in the Capitol tomorrow, we'll drag this stuff in there
We
and
can take a break. and-
get it going, yeah.
Because we need it by March 2nd when we come back in here.
And let them have at it and draft
Sure.
it, and,
Thank you, Jennifer.
does that sound good? Yeah, we'll be co-sponsors, sure.
Thank
All
you,
of them are
Ray.
Co-sponsored.
Appointing
Four,
Manhole
maybe
Street
five co-sponsors.
Oh, with
Tierney.
Tierney too,
he's
yeah.
not- Tim's not here, so I can't speak for him, but I'll co-sponsor him by. hand.
Okay, okay, I'll-
Is Representative Tierney the fifth member of the
Yes.
subcommittee? Thank you.
yes. Hey, everybody, thank you very much. I'm gonna close out our, go ahead.
Ma'am,
Yes,
you're just gonna drop it. We don't have to do any other kind of motion here in this subcommittee to say. hey,
we're not voting on anything.
okay,
We're just,
gonna present. the-
our role now
Coffee
will,
klutz, right?
yeah, our role now is to, what I'm suggesting here is we draft a bill.
Okay.
Yes,
And we're the
Ma'am.
co-sponsors of it.
yes.
And bring it back to the committee in time for Chairman Jean's deadline.
Right.
And we go from there.
Okay.
We'll be drafting an amendment. I'm sorry, yes,
It's a
correct.
replace all
Thank you.
bill.
What, Bill?
Oh, the amendments, they replace all.
It's a replace all on 1420. Well, gentlemen, it's a replace all. And Jennifer, thank you so much. Been very helpful. And I hope this experience and process has been helpful for everybody else too.
Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you for your help, guys.